I think as an only child, he was like the big brother I never had. And I think that's what makes it so special. Harry's from he's got a little brother and a big sister, so, he had that, but I always felt like Harry was my big brother. And I feel like that's why when I talk about it, or, it's why it makes me emotional.
Michael.
Mr. Carr just mentioned that a year ago you're wearing the green coat for the first time. I wonder if we could get a brief history of the green coat, just for starters. The one you're wearing now, is that the one you wore Sunday night a year ago?
It is. Same one. Haven't lost it.
Ever bring it to a dry cleaner or to a tailor?
I'm afraid to. I've tried to be very careful. But yeah.
Brody?
Right, as somebody who is such a big fan of history and traditions like you are, I'm curious how you felt every Tuesday each year as so many of your peers went off to the dinner and you didn't get to be part of it.
Yeah, not great. I wish I was a part of it. I tell this pretty funny story about last year. Myself and Justin Rose actually went for dinner at the club last year on the Tuesday night with a few of the Augusta National members, and the way it was weird. I was pulling up Magnolia Lane, and you get to the circle, and I'm like, well, do I go and park way over at the parking lot, because I'm not going to park in the Champions parking lot? But then at that specific moment, the Champions were having their sort of cocktails out on the balcony, and I'm like, I don't want to valet, get out, they're going to see me, it's going to be weird, so I had this really awkward moment with it all last year, and yeah, thankfully that was the last time that I needed to do that. But yeah, it's I think it's one of the best traditions in sport. I'm very grateful to be a part of it. I'm obviously going to get my first experience of it tonight. I'm looking forward to many, many more years.
Philip.
Rory, you've been quite innovative in terms of how you've handled being the Masters champion with the YouTubes, but particularly with the documentary. Your parents turned out as pretty much stars of that show. I know you're the superstar.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us what life values and the belief that they instilled and how it has manifested?
Yeah, I think you all know, especially that the Irish guys, my mum and dad, have always been very reluctant to, say anything or go on camera. But I thought that the documentary wouldn't be the same if because we did go back a little bit into the childhood and into the upbringing, it wouldn't have felt complete if we didn't hear from them. So, again, knowing how they feel about it all, I would have been absolutely fine if they didn't want to do it, but they were willing to participate, and I thought they did an amazing job. And I think in terms of what they instilled in me, I think work ethic is something that my mum worked night shifts, my dad worked multiple jobs. I think most people in this room know that, and that was normal for me. That was normal as an upbringing. I never spent a lot of time with my parents together. It was either with my dad or with my mum, because always the other one was working. Because they knew that their son had a dream to play golf, and golf is a less expensive sport to play in Ireland, but it's still a pretty expensive game to have to drive your son to different golf clubs and play in tournaments and golf equipment and everything else. So they sacrificed a lot, and I think that work ethic, that's the thing I feel like they instilled in me the most, and the belief. And I talk about my dad being an eternal optimist and being able to see a silver lining in the worst of days, and I feel like that's what he's given me as well. But obviously incredibly blessed to have amazing parents. Lucky that they're here this week to see everything unfold like this, and hopefully they have a lot of Masters left in them, and we're excited for that as well.
Charlie.
You're playing with Mason Howell this week, and he shared a story after the Walker Cup about following you when he was 9 years old at a tour championship where you threw him a golf ball that he still keeps in his room. I thought that was interesting in watching the Amazon doc, you talking about watching Tiger win in '97 saying, I want to do that. And I just wonder how often you reflect on the sort of full circle nature of making your first start here against guys you looked up to, and now your 18th start against guys who look up to you.
Yeah, I think that's the incredible thing about our game is because our careers are so long, so many generations overlap. Like I remember playing the first 2 rounds of the 2010 US Open with Tom Watson. Like that's incredible to think about now. But yeah, I'm going to play with Mason the first 2 days, and I'm not sure when Tom was born, but Mason was born, 2005? No, 2008? Yeah, I just think about the time span that's why our game is so incredible. And yeah, I've been very lucky that the people that I looked up to took me under their wing when I was starting off, and I was able to play a few holes with Tom McKibben earlier today, and it's great to see him make his first start as well. So that's the incredible thing about golf that not a lot of other sports have.
David.
Rory, you were saying a week or so ago that the stumbles that you suffered last year were from being too defensive, and you were going to go and look for more places to attack. Did you do that, and have you found any?
Yeah, I think, look, you're always going to have to pick and choose your spots around here, where to be aggressive and where not to. But I definitely think there's places where I could be more aggressive off the tee. Like I've talked about my, I guess how uncomfortable I felt on some tee shots last year, and then throttling back, so like the 7th or the 14th or the 17th. For me, like if I'm going to hit 5-wood or 3-wood into the trees anyway, I might as well hit driver and get it close to the green. So yeah, there's a few tee shots out here where I'll just try to be a bit more aggressive, and then if you do hit a good tee shot, you turn a potentially tough hole into a birdie hole.
Hey Rory, over the last year, I'm curious what has brought you the most joy away from the game?
I'd say watching my daughter grow up. I think, Poppy is, she's a mini Erica, so like it's like living with 2 of them, which is great a lot of the time. But she is the most unbelievably polite and respectful and well-behaved little girl, and I really loved that she started to get into the game a lot more, and it all stemmed from the putt last year at the par 3. So she made sure that I brought her putter up this year so that she could hit the putt with her putter and not mine. But yeah, so that's been amazing to, and as well, like just to see her grow up, to have her travel the world, to see different places, to give her a life that, I could only dream about when I was that age. That's been the coolest thing.
Gary.
Rory, now that you're in possession of all 4, I'm curious if you think one of the 4 majors lends itself in your prime window and maybe beyond to the most opportunity to win or to be the most productive. Is there one that stands out?
I think this one. I think when you've had the experiences that I've had around here, good and bad, I think that can stand to you, and you come back. The other major venues, we don't go back to the same place every year. So I think that is something I feel like I'm still young, but I'm very experienced. I've been doing this for a long time. This is my 18th start. So I think this is, I do have, I do feel like I've got, another hopefully 10 good shots at this. Not that I don't at the other majors, but I just think that everything here is a little more predictable. The golf course pretty much, there's subtle changes. after year, but the whole locations are always in similar spots. And I just think the more experience you have around this golf course, the better it is. So that's why I think here.
John.
Rory, when we spoke a few weeks ago, you told... I'm here.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
When we spoke a few weeks ago, you went into great detail about the dinner, and it was clear that you put a huge amount of thought into it. What were you trying to achieve with that, and how long, roughly, do you think you spent thinking and preparing for the dinner?
I would say I'm quite a procrastinator, so I probably put it off for as long as possible until I actually really had to think about it, which was probably at the back end of last year, starting to think about how to put it together. And but it was a fun process to go through, and I was trying to achieve something that I would enjoy, but also and ties back to experiences that I've had, but also wanted it to be something that all the other people in that room would enjoy as well. People keep asking me, why didn't you go more Irish? And I said, because I want to enjoy the dinner as well. So I tried to do a few things that I thought everyone would eat. The club encouraged me to do one vegetarian dish in the appetizers, so that's where the peach and ricotta flatbread came from. I think that one was probably for Gary Player, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to work through. The club have been amazing to work with, and as I said, the fun part was getting access to that wonderful wine cellar that they have, and I'm excited to share those wines with everyone tonight as well.
Doug. We always talk about what changes you see on the golf course. Have you seen anything off the golf course, clubhouse, other buildings, that you hadn't seen before that gave you just a great appreciation of the heritage and history? And second to that, given your vast appreciation of tradition, how many flowers can you name on each hole?
Wow. So, yeah, I don't know if you've noticed there's a big new player services building, but I would say that I probably haven't spent a ton of time in the clubhouse since I've been playing here. I just always felt, obviously the champions locker rooms for the champions, and I've always felt like that. I know the week of the tournament the clubhouse is for participants and their families, but I still felt like I had to earn the right to be there a little more often. But no, I don't think there's anything that I've learned why the trophy room is called the trophy room, even though there's not a trophy in it. Why the founders room is the founders room, and so there's nice little bits of history that I've, I guess, figured out along the way over the course of the past 12 months. And then flowers, like what the holes are called, or okay. I couldn't get all 18. I know that. I'll do.
You could do three. I'll be impressed with you.
Okay. Azalea.
Good.
Has anyone heard of that one? No.
I got that one right too, by the way.
White dogwood, pink dogwood.
Which holes?
Pink dogwood the second. Yeah. White dogwood. 10.
Off by one. Thank you.
Okay. Holly is the 18th.
Good.
Firethorn is the 15th. 12 is Golden Bell. I'm keep going here.
We can stop. We have
Okay.
a question, but have you ever seen a golden bell?
I probably have. I think. Played the 12th enough. I'm sure I've seen one somewhere.
Doug.
Rory, the last time you were in this room, you asked, what are we going to talk about next year? So now it's 12 years, 12 months on. What do you think the story is now?
Flowers. Yeah, I think the story as it relates to me is what do I do, from now onwards, what motivates me, what gets me going, what I still want to achieve in the game. I think that's the story. And there's still a lot that I want to do. You think every time you achieve something or have success that you'll be happy, but then the goalposts move and they just keep nudging a little bit further and further out of reach. So I think what I've realized is, if you can just really find enjoyment in the journey, that's the big thing. Because honestly I felt like the career Grand Slam was my destination, and I got there, and then I realized it wasn't the destination.
Gabrielle.
Rory, kind of similar to that question, but in the documentary there was a sequence where we basically ask you a version of the same exact question every year you came back here. And I'm curious now, what has the shift been like of kind of what are people asking you now? Like what's the difference in what people want to know or hear from you actually?
I think the nice thing now is, instead of it being, come on Rory, you can do this, it's back to back. There's a real positive connotation to it instead of, geez Rory, we've been waiting a while, when are you going to get this done? So it's very different. And maybe that's just my perception of it. But it is, it is so nice to walk around property or be out on the golf course and just not have that hanging over me. That it feels like it's a big weight off my shoulders.
Emilia?
Hi, Rory. A lot of players have talked about ones that have won on tour for the first time, just you coming up and congratulating them. And I've heard people say, he didn't have to do that, but he did. You referenced Carla Bernada-Scuderia winning the Women's Amateur last year and the putt that she had. Why is it important for you to go up to these players when they achieve their first milestones?
I mean, I know how much it means to me, so I can only imagine it means the same to them. And I knew how I felt when I won my first tour event or my first major, and I'd get a note from Jack or Arnold or one of these guys, and I'm not saying I'm in their league, but I just always want to make a point of congratulating people on achieving things they really want to achieve. I think it's important. I think it makes you a decent human being. And I genuinely am happy for other people's success. I think that's a really good way to be in life. And going back to my parents and the values that they've instilled in me, I think that was one they always talked about, being happy for other people's success.
So,
I'm curious, from a mindset standpoint, can you identify something that you feel like you didn't do particularly well earlier in your career that you felt like you did well last year?
Specifically to this tournament?
Yeah.
I think panic is the wrong word, but I didn't overreact on Thursday when I made those two double bogeys. I didn't overreact when I was only 1 under through 9 on Friday. And I think not overreacting and not pressing too hard. I stayed patient, or as patient as I could be, and then I feel like that patience was rewarded. I played a 14-hole stretch in 10 under par after that, and that was literally the stretch of golf that won me the golf tournament. So I think in years past I would have went for a pin I shouldn't have went at, missed it in the wrong spot, made another bogey, then all of a sudden the round just starts to get away from you, especially around here. And I think last year I didn't let that happen to me, and that was a big difference.
Jimmy.
Rory, we are told that the reigning champion is supposed to offer some thoughts at the dinner. I wonder how much thought you've given to what you're going to say and how you've prepared for that, and are you nervous at all about talking in front of that crowd?
I've thought about it a lot. Honestly, I've probably thought about that more than the food. I mean, so many legends of the game there. Obviously, there's two that won't be with us this year, which is a shame. But hopefully they will be with us in the future, and I'm sure they'll be with us in the future. But yeah, talking in front of that group, I want to say the right things and make sure I get my feelings across of how grateful I am to be a part of that group, and so I'll follow Ben Crenshaw's lead. I know he is, he'll direct the run of show a little bit, but yeah, I've a few remarks that I want to make, and I'm not going to say it all here. I'll wait for tonight, but I have thought about it a lot.
Brian.
Rory, you spoke earlier about not overreacting and everything that went on last year. Bob Rattel has been a big part of your journey in the last few years. Have the conversations changed now after what happened last year? Is there a different message?
No, not really. No, I think that's the thing about psychology, is it's maybe the same messages packaged a little differently depending on where your mind is at the time. But no, it's this, especially if you're trying to get the best out of yourself on the golf course, it's the same thing. I would say it should make my job a little easier out there to stay patient or to not react to a bad stretch of golf because of what happened last year, but we're all competitive and we're all golfers, and I'm sure I'll get frustrated at some point. But yeah, Bob has been a massive help, but I wouldn't say the message really changes that much.
Joy, last question.
Rory, many years ago, we were talking in Dubai, and you said that every time you play around with Jerry, your dad, you learn something, and mostly it's life lessons. When you did go out with him on Sunday and played this golf course again, did you learn something again which might help you this week?
I don't know. I learned he needs to play a spinnier ball. But no, every time I get to play golf with my dad, it's a blessing. We were able to win the Seminole Pro Member this year, which is something we've wanted to do for a long time. So it was nice to get over that. Hopefully that's the most pressure I feel this year. He was riding me pretty hard the last few holes, but it was just an amazing experience to be out there the Sunday before the Masters together and enjoy it all and soak it all in, and I guess just reminisce on the journey that we've been on. It's a long way from Hollywood, Northern Ireland, so we're just trying to soak it all in.
Thanks very much, Rory.
Thank you.
Best of luck this week.
Rory McIlroy, humble, thoughtful, a man in full, the defending champion of the Masters tournament, describing himself as still motivated but more relaxed, lad.
Absolutely. I mean, he was funny, reflective, poignant, emotional, appreciative. He spoke anecdotally, and there's so many to choose from, with Poppy bringing her putter up this time, how he was dreading the Monday arrival, couldn't wait for the tournament to get started on Thursday. Now he wants to put it off as long as possible. The awkward exchange on Tuesday last year. He was having dinner with Justin Rose and a couple club members as well, not wanting to park in valet because some of the champions formerly at the Masters could see him. I mean, there were so many little tidbits that you could really savor if you were a golf fan. One thing we did not hear was anything about the current state of Rory McIlroy's game and how it sort of relates to this year's Masters. There's going to be more time for that. That's what Wednesday's for, and certainly we're going to know more.
I really want to know what Ferguson's writing about. Flowers. I'm really waiting for that article. But what actually stood out to me, not to take it on a more somber turn, but I remember sitting in a small room with a bunch of women that played on the LPGA Tour, and Carol Mann, who's won 38 times on the LPGA Tour, 2 major championships, talked about winning and then going back to her hotel room and crying because she had a trophy but nothing else. And every professional golfer has those moments where it feels lonely sometimes. But when you hear Rory McIlroy talk about Harry, you hear him talk about his family and what support they've been there, you got the sense and understanding of the network he had behind him. And that all along the way, through all of the ups and the downs, that they were there. And it's so rewarding that they can be here now to celebrate with him this week. So for me, it just struck me at how meaningful that relationship with Harry was, as well as his parents.
So much wisdom, comes from some, certain amount of trips around the sun. And I remember him, I had the pleasure of playing with him when he was a 17-year-old amateur in the third round of the Open Championship at Carnoustie in 2007. And I remember what he was like then. And to watch this transformation, this young man, and watch him grow up in the game, and watch him obviously from not only from a playing lens when I was playing, but from this lens, as someone who works in television and has to analyze him and his golf game, what struck me the most is that he has figured out that it's about the journey and not about the destination. I think that is key, huge importance that he's figured that out. And so many guys forget that and they don't figure that out, or they figure it out way too late. The other thing is, I think the guys are in trouble this week because when Gary Williams said, "What do you think the most productive major could be for you?" And he goes, "This one." And I said, "Ooh," I said, maybe this won't be just a parade for 4 days with him waving and thank you for the win. I mean, there's a serious opportunity. You put the stats up there yesterday. He's just darn near just as good, if not better, than he was last year coming in this event. So pretty scary.
Solving the Rubik's Cube is harder the first time than it is after a lot of practice.
Yeah, and also just owing to the predictable nature of the golf course. Knowing where the hole locations, where you needed to miss, sort of the same sort of players, same type of players, same caliber of players pop up each and every year.
But playing with that sense of freedom, like, if I can go for this shot, and if I mess it up, I get to come back next year. And I still get to go to the Champions
Isn't that amazing, though? Because last year, I remember being so nervous for him. On Sunday, I mean, as a journalist, you try to remove yourself from the equation. You don't want to feel too much, but I felt nervous for him because the storyline choices were so stark. He's either going to become the sixth man to complete the career Grand Slam, or it would be this kind of endless banana peel of things slipping away from him for over a decade in major championships.
I watched the hole by hole yesterday. The
Isn't
hour
that great?
I was nervous watching it, and I knew the outcome.
Yes,
But it was an incredible tightrope.
The first hole, I mean, the ebb and flow right from the start, it just would make your heart stop.
I mean, that's the most nerve-wracking round of golf he'll ever play in his competitive future.
Likely.
And so whatever he's going to encounter on the golf course will pale in comparison to what he experienced last year on that final round. Winning a golf tournament with 4 double bogeys, anything is possible with Rory McIlroy once he gets inside the ropes, because he knows he's done it previously.
I think one might come close if he's got a chance at St. Andrews.
Oh, that's...
I think that's the one. He wants that one bad.
Yeah.
He should have won it in 15, and he hurt his ankle and he couldn't play. And then Cam Smith caught him. He had a bad putting round in the final round.
It would be historically significant. It will pale in comparison to the nerves he felt.
I'm going to say it'll be close. It'll be close. I'm not going to say it's going to eclipse it, because I agree with you, but it's going to be really close.
It's what he wants.
Yes, and he even talked about that, sort of the goalpost moving.
Yes.
And what can he now accomplish now? He wants to win a U.S. Open at Pebble. He wants to win an Open Championship at St. Andrews. Obviously, he wants to win a couple more. He wants to make his mark even more on the history books. He's already a living legend, which is why I think last year was so important for him. He has now stamped himself as a living legend as one of the 6 players. Everything else, though, is sort of... Brady's not the right way to determine, but it's additive to what's already been a historical career.
Well, because of the struggle and the mountain that he climbed, he's able to host tonight's Champions Dinner. For more on that illustrious event, we all wish we could be there. Let's bring in Rex Hondo.
Damien, we just heard Rory talking about that dinner, and you can hear how much he put into this. He put a lot of thought, put a lot of energy into it. I had a chance to catch up with Ben Crenshaw later this afternoon, and he's going to be the MC of that dinner tonight. Rory is going to be sitting right next to him, and Mr. Crenshaw said how impressed he was not just with the menu, but he said he's very, very impressed with the wine list. Ben said he's not much of a wine guy, but he's been told that list is pretty impressive. Rory talked about the idea of having access to Augusta National cellars, that traditional cellars that the champion can enjoy. It's the attention to detail that Ben said he enjoyed so much. It's using Vidalia onion. Vidalia is a town not far from Augusta. It's using his mother's grapes as an appetizer. It's using Irish mash. It's all of those little details that impress Ben so much. But it seems like Ben is having a little attention to detail as well. He pointed out that as the MC going into tonight, he's going to point out this is the 75th dinner. It's a dinner that was created by Ben Hogan. And to kind of celebrate that, Ben Crenshaw said he actually has a driver that Ben Hogan gave him many, many years ago, complete with the reminder in the grip. He's going to bring that with him tonight to the dinner to kind of twofold reminder. One, to remind everybody in the room how important Ben Hogan was, not just to this tournament, but really to these traditions, and to remind everybody in the room tonight how special that dinner actually is.
Oh, yes, indeed. Rex Hondo reporting on the Champions Dinner, also called the Masters Club Dinner. First happened in 1952, the idea of Ben Hogan. And yeah, I think it's worth taking another look at this menu. You see the first course, got the yellowfin tuna. If you're a steak kind of guy, you got the Wagyu filet mignon, or the seared salmon if you want to trend toward the healthier side. Nice dessert, and as mentioned, that 1990 Chateau Lafite Rothschild, or 5 Grand Cru, 1855 classifications. Fantastic Bordeaux. And someone who will be there, yeah, the 66-year-old 1992 champ, Fred Couples, oldest player in the field, but we know better. Boom Boom, forever young.
Here's to timeless journeys and time well spent. To distant lands, closer connections. And the best of both worlds. Discover stillness with the power to move you. Bridging cultures, crossing oceans, and feeling right at home. To find it more.
Some of the best conversations don't happen at the dinner table. They happen on the golf course. At US Kids Golf, we bring parents and kids together with the right equipment, expert coaching, and tournaments built just for junior players. Start your journey today.
Measured. Curated beyond obsession. Because details matter. Far from an overnight sensation, this is the result of exacting patience and craftsmanship. Because there's one thing that always holds true. When you care about the little things, the big things fall into place.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
Have fun with Lizzie this summer.
Doors connect us to what's important. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll help you build a personalized investment strategy. Doors were meant to be open.
Men's collegiate golf heads to California, where the top programs in the nation compete for a title.
We've got champions crowned.
The Western Intercollegiate, Monday, live on Golf Channel.
This Sunday on USA, Houston and Salt Lake will bet for a shot to take the crown at the Championship Series in LA.
The Jays are on fire.
League One volleyball playoffs, Salt Lake versus Houston, Sunday at 2 on USA.
Your entertainment the way you want it. With Spectrum TV, all these streaming apps are included at no extra cost. So you can watch anything. Movies, series, first part, sports, reality, news,
Look at today's top story.
exclusive originals, and even more of your favorites with live TV. Stream across your devices and enjoy anywhere. Get it all with Spectrum TV.
It's time for a new kind of value menu. Hello, Panera's new mix and match menu. Just $4.99 each when you choose 2 or more faves like these. The new mix and match menu at Panera. Now that's a deal that's actually a meal.
I am what child hunger looks like in America. I was created by artificial intelligence from faces of the 1 in 7 American children who struggle with hunger.
proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage presented by Titleist.
A spectacular Tuesday in Augusta, Georgia, 2 days away from round one of the 90th edition of the Masters. Great day of sound bites and press conferences and watching the best players in the world do their thing, prepping, thinking about what it will take to get the job done. All 50 of the top 50 in the world in this field this week. David Hack, Aaron Oberholzer, Paige McKenzie, and Ryan Lavner with you. The last few years, it's been a Scotty or a Rory show. Is it wide open, or are we going to see the chunk rise to the top?
I think this week we're going to see. I think every year we see the chalk rise to the top.
I want to say this. You almost wanted to say it.
I wanted to say it too, but it's just never. It's just this place. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It asks extremely specific questions, and it requires extremely specific answers. And there are people that, for one reason or another, they just don't have the right answers to the test around this piece of property. No matter what they try to do, no matter what happens, you can get years where you're going to get an outlier winning because of certain things. Obviously, what comes to mind for me is Zach Johnson in 07, Danny Willett in 16. You know, certain guys, but that they're not deserving champions. They are very deserving champions. But at the same time, usually you're going to get the best of the best that games who match up with this place come to the top. And I think that with these conditions, it's already windy. It's going to be windy on Thursday. It's going to die down as the week goes on, but I still think it's going to be chalk when it comes Sunday afternoon.
Someone just texted me about what's the off the radar pick, and I'm like, okay, well, let me get this straight. And since 2015, so that's 11 years, we've had 2 winners outside the top 12 in the world.
Yeah.
So, like, by definition, what's the off the radar? Yeah, and 24 and 25 in the world. Again, we're not talking about way off dark horse picks typically at this event, and I don't think it's going to be any different this year.
Yeah, it's all relative. It's still the most predictable golf tournament in the world. Maybe because Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy are a little bit off their game from what we've seen over the past couple years. You might be able to open it up to a dozen players instead of the 6 or 7 that you can feel pretty confidently are going to be factoring in on Sunday. So I think in that respect, it makes it a little bit more exciting. More likely than not, we're still going to be seeing a winner who's ranked inside the top 15 in the world ranking.
Some wonderful storylines ahead of the Masters term. Maybe none better, though, than the story of Gary Woodland, one of the last players to punch his ticket into the 90th edition of the Masters. You recall a couple of weeks ago, breaking through for his first win on tour since 2019, won the U.S. Open at Pebble. He wins in Houston just a couple of weeks after revealing to our Rex Hagen that he'd been dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder relating to his brain surgery back in the fall of 2023, revealed the PTSD diagnosis to our Rex Hager during the Players' Championship on Monday. It was an emotional interview. The 41-year-old from Kansas, the major champ, is here. His wife, Gabby, 3 kids. They have gone through a lot, as Gary has gone through his diagnosis and trying to put things back together. So for more on Gary, let's bring back Rex Hager.
I think we're all still marveling at the idea of what he's been able to accomplish since sitting down, speaking openly about his struggles with PTSD at the Players' Championship. And when he explained in that moment that he just wanted to take the weight off his shoulders, and you've seen it in real time happen over the last few weeks. Certainly what he was able to accomplish a few weeks ago to get that first win since 2019 is the payoff for that. But when you hear him talk about it had taken so much energy, trying to hide what he was going through, trying to put on a brave face, trying to pretend like nothing was bothering him, that it was taking away from the things that were important in his life. That was his family, that was his golf game, and it was hard to understand in the moment of him explaining that, how it would manifest itself. But now that we've seen him play, now we've seen how going forward it did free him up. And the other half of this is, and I had a chance to speak with Gary's parents earlier this week at Augusta National, they pointed out the support he's received since opening up about his PTS diagnosis has just been inspiring. Every step of the way, they walked with him at TPC, they've been with him this week. Everyone in the crowd is voicing their support, and I think that goes a long way to pointing out why not just he's playing well, but he has that weight off his shoulders. And I had a chance to see Gary on Sunday when I first got to town, and you can see it physically when he's walking around property, that he doesn't have all of those stresses. He doesn't have all of those distractions. He doesn't have all those worries. that had been sort of complicating his life and making golf on the golf course almost impossible. And I think he's coming in this week more so than maybe any other time he's come to a major championship, just wanting to relish the opportunity.
One of the most popular players on the PGA Tour, and that was clearly visible when he won in Houston, seeing the likes of Min Woo Lee clapping in the fairway, both he and Nikolai Højgaard dropping back to allow Gary Woodland to have his moment.
I think that, well, first of all, it shows you what a guy Min Woo Lee is, for sure, but it shows you what a guy Gary Woodland is, just in what he means to the guys in the locker room. And you can only get that, I think, to a certain extent, guys, with, you know, he grew up playing a lot of basketball and being around, obviously, locker rooms. And I think if you ask anybody on the PGA Tour, this guy is a locker room guy. He's great to be around. He's always positive, always smiling. Every time I see him on the golf course, when I'm following his group, if I'm walking with his group, it's always walk up and it's always a smile, you know, and a nod. Hey, what's up? You know, it couldn't be nice. Couldn't be. We've talked about it ad nauseum how nice he is, and it's absolutely true. Just a wonderful human being, and everything after what he's gone through is a total bonus at this point.
I like that athleticism that you mentioned. Rex and I had an opportunity to talk to Randy Smith, who you can see in the background there as Gary Woodland is on the tournament practice area. We had an opportunity to talk to him last week on Golf Today, and Randy Smith told me that he likes coaching athletes because there's a showmanship aspect to how they play the game. Sort of, watch this, I can do that. And the ability to ramp up the speed has really been pivotal to Gary Woodland's success so far in 2026. You look at what he's doing statistically. He's second on the PGA Tour in driving distance. He's second in ball speed. He's 7 miles an hour faster in the U.S. Open in 2019. That is because Randy Smith told Gary Woodland, stop being soft. Is that talking about the aspects of what he's been dealing with in his personal life? He's talking about that on the golf course. Do not default to a guide shot. Play the game that you know, and that's hitting it hard and hitting it high.
A major champ who was awarded the PGA Tour Courage Award last year acknowledges he still has some good days and bad days. No doubt today, a good day for Big G-Dub.
This is the true story of Alex. Recently promoted, he was earning more, but investing for the future, I definitely needed a plan. With his advisor Dennis, Alex invested his savings into 3 accounts. One for now, one for later, and of course, his retirement. A plan in motion put the future in focus. The wedding, the barndominium, kids. Maybe kids. The point here, Alex has more than big goals for his future. He's got a plan to get there.
The Whopper has never tasted better. Over a quarter pound of flame-grilled beef, crisp produce, a perfectly toasted bun, every detail stacked just right. Whether it's been weeks or years, try the Whopper again at just $3.99 on Wednesdays.
As an independent financial advisor, my promise to you is simple. As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
At Baird, we offer a unique perspective on wealth management.
Because you offer a unique perspective on what a life should look like.
We listen and really get to know you. Then we customize a plan, especially for you and your family.
From making your tax burden less of a burden to estate and trust strategies that protect your loved ones.
And an investment portfolio that powers your financial goals.
When the focus is on you, it makes all the difference.
When you play with a Bridgestone Tour B, another birdie, you don't just get the ball, you get the brain trust behind it.
Back it up, team. Back 9. 9
Nice hole. The extra ball speed is really helping. 2.2 miles per hour extra to be precise.
And 8.7 yards thanks to Velosurge technology.
The new Dense Mantle and increased MOI to max out ball speed and control.
When do we get our own car? Mr. Wood said we'll know when we're ready.
The Bridgestone Tour B, brought to you by the brain trust you can trust.
Meet Ron. Ron eats, sleeps, and breathes hoops. But oh, how he can nail a software solution. You need Ron. Ron needs a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for Ron. Let our expertise round out yours.
It's mid-afternoon on this Tuesday at Augusta National as live from Masters continues. Two-time U.S. Open champ Bryson DeChambeau on the tournament practice area. He's been in the conversation the last couple of years here at the Masters, tied for fifth in 2025 alongside Rory on that memorable Sunday from a year ago. Greetings and welcome, Steve Burkowski with you. And so often when the Masters rolls around, we take a look at players who are trending or have already won this year. And Matt Fitzpatrick, a former U.S. Open champion, he fits the bill. He was runner-up the Players earlier this year. Then the very next week got the job done at Innisbrook to pick up his third career PGA Tour victory. And coming down the stretch on that final day, it was this birdie putt on the last hole on the Copperhead course for Fitzpatrick to prevail, ultimately a one-shot victory over David Lipsky. Fitzpatrick's going to be making his 12th start this week at the Masters. He has made the cut 10 times, all as a professional, just 2 top 10 finishes. But again, a little bit of confidence perhaps with that win earlier this year on the PGA Tour. But Fitzpatrick, he really burst onto the scene 13 years ago at the Country Club in 2013 at the U.S. Amateur when he won the championship, defeating Oliver Goss 4-3 in the final. There's his younger brother, Alex, who was on the bag, conjuring memories of Francis we met from 1913. Alex recently won on the DP World Tour. Fitzpatrick would dearly love to join this list of players to win the U.S. Amateur and the Masters. It's Palmer, Nicklaus, Stadler, O'Meara, Mickelson, and Woods. Fitzpatrick trying to become the 7th member of that illustrious daily double for those guys. Victor Hovland could do the very same. He won the U.S. Amateur in 2018 at Pebble Beach. His best finish in the Masters, tied for 7th 3 years ago. He is making his 7th Masters appearance here this week.
Some of the best conversations don't happen at the dinner table. They happen on the golf course. At U.S. Kids Golf, we bring parents and kids together with the right equipment, expert coaching, and tournaments built just for junior players. Start your journey today.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. New jobs, new projects. Celebrate your new year with quality tools and savings at Harbor Freight. This weekend, get unbeatable deals at Harbor Freight Spring Black Friday.
Wait, don't do it! We're checking them off. Can't you beat you swimming with sharks? Skydiving, that's the plan.
I love the plan, and your Empower investment accounts are working as planned. But this is so... high.
Millennials, let's do this, cowboy. Look at this, baby!
Get good at money so you can be a little fat.
You go first, I'll follow.
Empower.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
You can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
On our podcast, Clock It, we are positioning ourselves at the intersection of culture and politics.
Clock It is where we talk about what we see and hear on the news, so you can start to clock it too.
Clock It with Simone and Eugene. Listen now, new episodes drop Thursdays.
They say that youth is wasted on the young, and there's a lot to be said for experience. The Senior PGA Championship comes to the Concession Golf Club, April 16th, live on Golf Channel.
It's time for a new kind of value menu. Hello, Panera's new menu at Panera. Now that's a deal that's actually a meal.
I am a child hunger, looks like in America. I was created by artificial intelligence from faces of the 1 in 7 American children who struggle with hunger.
With Spectrum, I never miss.
I feel incredible.
Never miss a homer. Because I don't have the right app. Never miss one of these.
Because I can't find my game.
Spectrum makes it easy. Upgrade for over $100 in streaming apps at no extra cost. I never miss.
Bottom of the hour. Tuesday at Augusta National. We are live from the Masters, just 2 days away from the opening round. Tee times are out. Champions Dinner tonight. Hard for me tomorrow. A lot of eyeballs always on the 2015 champ, former world #1 Jordan Spieth, alongside a man with 3 runner-ups, including one time to Jordan Spieth. That was Justin Rose. They have a 5-time major championship captain. He also has been in the mix in the first major championship of the year. But Jordan Spieth is someone even 11 years later. We think about that stretch he had. He went New York City area code. He went 2-1-2. Runner-up in 14, 1 in 15, and then runner-up in 2016, and looking for his first victory since 2022.
It's amazing that is the case for this talented man, but it is the case. And a lot of it's just due to ball striking, just trying to figure it out with his golf swing. Nota Begay and I were working at Pebble Beach this year, and we stopped on the range on the way back to the parking lot, and Jordan was out there with Michael Greller hitting balls, and we decided to talk to him, sit by and talk to him. And Jordan's really amiable, and we'll talk to you. And I just asked him, I said, hey, what are you working on, man? And he's like, I'm just working on this, getting this thing in the slot. So he has a very clear path of where he wants to go with his golf swing and what he wants to do with it. And when he does it, as he was explaining to me, and we were watching him hit balls, it is fantastic. It's just needs to get it there more consistently. And it's starting to happen. It's just not happening as consistent as he wants it right now.
There was a massive fall off while he was going through his hand injury with his approach play. He actually drove it some of the best of his career.
Off a tee versus on the ground, that hand injury.
And it's been this process of, as a viewer and an analyst, waiting to see that turn the tide. And if you're a Jordan Spieth fan, I can tell you at least in the last several weeks, we have seen a dramatic uptick in his approach play. He went from 31st to 16th to 8th to 7th his last 5 starts on the approach play. So certainly trending in the right direction coming into this week with what I believe to be the most important aspect you have to have dialed in.
We've seen some spottiness from Jordan Spieth where he has flashed. He did open with the 66, the signature event at Pebble. He did close with the 66 at Riviera. He was in the mix through 36, remember, at the Players' Championship, and then imploded on Saturday. So he has been good at times, but you can sense in talking to Jordan at TPC Sawgrass, he's growing increasingly frustrated because he's playing better than the results would indicate, than the scores would indicate. You can only take that for so long before you eventually go mad. The magic is still there in Jordan Spieth, but if you don't put yourself actually in position to win, the magic just sort of fades.
Yeah, there's one player, though, when he drives down Magnolia Lane, it's like being dipped in magic waters. 6 top 10 finishes in 12 previous starts, and yeah, the occasional crooked shot from time to time as well. From one Texas Longhorn, how about another one? World #1, Scotty Scheffler, finished 4th last year in his tile offense, the 2-time Master champ, always dangerous around Augusta National.
ZipRecruiter. In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter helps us hire qualified candidates who can keep up. We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast. Is that too fast for you?
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try
Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/golf.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Hero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Eagle, Milwaukee, Craftsman, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery, or ready for pickup in just 15 minutes, conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
At Ping, we look for inspiration outside of golf. For example, Quiet Eye Research examines focus under pressure. That insight helped develop our IQ alignment technology. For stability, it's all about the center of gravity. Ping putters pull the CG so putts stay online and roll into the hole. Because when strokes differ, design should too. Introducing Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters.
Power, control, versatility. Ultimately, the choice is yours. And while there's no wrong decision, there is a perfect one that enhances every aspect of your game. Because when it all clicks, the results speak for themselves. The Mercedes-Benz GLS, GLE, and GLC.
Thanks so much. Thanks. This has been great. Changing the strategy makes a lot of sense.
Doors.
Keep an eye out for the invitation. Can't wait to see it.
Bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors with a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth.
Architect left a plan for the back if you want to take a look.
She is so ready to take over.
For retirement and everything else you're looking to build.
We'll get there.
Your Fidelity advisor can help your legacy last for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
The Whopper has never tasted better. Over a quarter pound of flame-grilled beef, crisp produce, a perfectly toasted bun, every detail stacked just right. Whether it's been weeks or years, try the Whopper again, just $3.99 on Wednesdays.
Introducing new Titleist Pro V1X Left Dash. More dash speed.
Wow, it gets out there fast.
Proven dash spin.
It holds, and that's exactly what I'm looking for.
And lower dash flight.
Holy smokes.
It's everything a dash player loves and more.
Back to the tournament practice area at Augusta National. Bobby McIntyre getting a little Tuesday afternoon work in. Big showing here 5 years ago. He was squarely picked over the weekend in San Antonio as he gears up for his 4th ever Masters start. And since its inception, the Masters tournament had always been won by a right-handed golfer. That is, until 2003. Steve Burkowski with you as Live from continues. And since that moment, 23 years ago, 3 different left-handed golfers have donned the green jacket as we remember those special moments. And the man who changed it all, that was the Canadian Mike Weir in 2003 in a playoff, taking down Lenny Matisse to become just the 2nd lefty ever to win any major championship. Got that green jacket from Tiger more than 2 decades ago. The very next year, Phil finally had his moment, his major breakthrough, winning the first of his 3 Masters titles. Then you'd have to wait another 8 years after Phil captured his first. It was Bubba Watson capturing his first in a playoff against Louis Oosthuizen. The shot no one will forget, out of the pine straw, right of 10 on the 2nd playoff hole. It was the first of his 2 Masters wins in a 3-year span for Bubba Watson. Might another lefty win this year? Maybe Akshay Bhatia will have his moment this week. He has played well in 2026, highlighted by his win at Bay Hill when he rallied from 5 down in the final round to beat Daniel Berger in a playoff. We take a look at Akshay Bhatia, what he has done in major championships. This is going to be his 10th major start this week, his 3rd at the Masters. He has made the cut in 4 of the previous 9. Still looking for a top 10 finish. His best showing, a tie for 16th. That was at the U.S. Open a couple of years ago at Pinehurst. Could be Patia, could be McIntyre. We'll soon have the 4th left-handed golfer to win the Masters here this week. But one of the feel-good stories all year long in 2026 on the PGA Tour, Gary Woodland back in the winner's circle. We will hear from Woodland as Live from the Masters continues on this Tuesday.
You've got to try the softest sneaker ever. Hands-free, cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go with no bending down or touching. Wrap your feet in hands-free, cozy fit Skechers slip-ins.
All these Hilton Honors points, I could stay for free. At the Waldorf Astoria in the Maldives. What about the canopy in Paris? It really matters, babe.
When you want points that can take you anywhere, anytime, it matters where you stay. Hilton, for the stay.
Hey, there he is. Hey, how you liking your truck stop?
That's beautiful. I wish I'd done it sooner.
So no need for any of this?
No, none of that.
Thought about trucks, but I've never minded doing a little maintenance. It's rewarding.
Well, whatever floats your boat.
Have fun. I'll just be here doing this.
No sanding, no staining, no regrets. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors. Order a free sample today.
Some of the best conversations don't happen at the dinner table. They happen on the golf course. At US Kids Golf, we bring parents and kids together with the right equipment, expert coaching, and tournaments built just for junior players. Start your journey today.
You want to file free? Hit it. Don't wait. File before 4/15.
Golf. A lifelong sport that creates lasting lessons. And it all starts with drive, chip, and putt. Register your kids or young family members today and be a part of the greatest game there is.
I understand you think I'm the right person for this mission.
For those who really, really love what they love. We love fans. Get tickets now for Project Hail Mary on Fandango. Only theaters March 20th.
Having Spectrum Internet, I realized, wow, this connectivity is great. So I figured, hey, might as well give them a shot as well for the mobile service. I'm a 90s baby, so I hear all the time, every commercial since I was a kid, bundle and save, bundle and save. I was like, I'm an adult now, it's time to bundle and save. It was like deals on deals, it was unlimited data, and I got a new phone out of it. It was a pretty magical experience.
Real customers, real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/yoursavings.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying. You can read what the caller is saying as they say it.
It sounds expensive.
There is no insurance or Medicare required.
Clear Caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone. Call 1-800-368-2718. That's 1-800-368-2718.
Oh, so glad to have you with us live from the Masters. Lovely spring day in Augusta. Patrons soaking up the sun and the scene here for the first major championship of 2026. I want to take a moment to remind you of Gary Woodland's journey to this point. He earned his breakthrough win on tour back in 2011 in Tampa, and then 2019, remember this, U.S. Open at Pebble, became a major champ along the shores of the Monterey Peninsula, holding off Brooks Koepka's bid for a three-peat. Oh, what a moment for the big man from Kansas. Then things took a turn in the fall of 2023. Gary underwent surgery to remove a benign lesion on his brain, a frightening diagnosis for Gary and his wife Gabby and their 3 young children. And early last year in the Palm Beaches, Gary received the PGA Tour's Courage Award for his unwavering spirit in overcoming adversity. Then you might remember on Monday of Players' Championship week, Gary sat down with our Rex Hogger to share for the first time publicly that he was struggling with PTSD following his surgery in 2023.
I'm still struggling. Obviously, about 3 years ago now, we found the lesion on my brain and ended up having surgery a couple months later. And that part's been amazing. The doctors went in and they removed as much as they could. They removed the part that was causing the seizures and the episodes I was having, and I haven't had any of that. And that part's been great. But I still battled symptoms the whole time. And a year ago now, I was diagnosed with PTSD. And it's been hard. It's a battle that I didn't understand when it started. You know, it's been a while now where I'm starting to learn and I'm starting to understand. But it's been hard.
Why is it important to come forward right now to talk about this?
I can't waste energy anymore hiding this. And I'm blessed with a lot of support out here. The tour and everyone's just been amazing. Every week I come out and everyone's so excited and happy that I'm back. And, you know, I hear that every week. It's so nice to see you pass this. It's so nice to see you 100%. And I appreciate that love and support, but inside I feel like I'm dying. And I feel like I'm living a lie. And that, I don't want to waste energy on that anymore.
2 weeks after that interview, Gary Woodland outlasted everyone in winning the Houston Open for his first title since that U.S. Open. Gary's playing partners Minwoo Lee and Nikolai Højgaard dropped back in the fairway so Woodland could enjoy the cheers from the gallery. No doubt those cheers will continue this week in Augusta. Gary Woodland, 2019 U.S. Open champion, with the media.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're delighted to have Gary Woodland here with us at the press building. Gary, welcome on behalf of all of us to your coming back here. Good to have you back again, and congratulations on your great win in Houston.
I'm excited to be back here. I can tell you it was hard missing this place last year, and I'm overexcited to be back.
Well, it was a very emotional win you had in Houston. It was delight to watch on television. How do you feel about the whole thing now that you've had such a great win and you're back here at the Masters after missing a year?
Yeah, I was reminded pretty quickly when I won that I would be back here, and that's something I didn't know when that was going to come again. And, you know, winning was probably the last thing on my mind for a long time, and unfortunately probably playing here was the last thing on my mind for a long time, and I'm thrilled to knock both of those off the list in 1 week. So this is the pinnacle of everything here, and it was hard to miss last year, but I'm happy and excited and looking forward to this week being back.
Well, welcome back, and let me open it up to some questions, please. Thank you.
Gary, as you got into contention there, obviously we all know that a win and you're in the Masters and you weren't in any other way. Did it cross your mind at all as you were playing or preparing? And if it did you have to block it out?
Yeah, it didn't cross my mind. My mind's changed a lot over the last couple of years, and I just don't have the luxury of looking ahead. When I'm not on the course, I'm in a battle, and when I'm on the course, I'm in a battle. And I just, you know, I was talking to JT, I think about it earlier, you know, because he asked me how I looked pretty calm on Sunday, and I said, you know, with the doctors and everybody I'm working with, we're trying to slow my heart rate down, we're trying to slow my thoughts down, and just to function and be healthy. But doing those things obviously helps my golf game as well. I wish I knew a lot of this stuff 20 years ago. But I can't think ahead of myself. I'm trying to get through each moment and each day, one day at a time. And I also think that helps from a golf standpoint, that helps as well. Staying so in the moment, singular focus.
Hey, Don?
Gary, the challenges that you have faced and conquered have been quite extraordinary, and you've managed to come out the other side, not just as a man, but your golf is also still at the very peak. You've been very open about the challenges you faced. How do you think that's helped you better golfer?
It's given me purpose, golf has, for sure. You know, when I was diagnosed with this brain tumor 3 years ago, my number one thought was I wasn't going to let this thing win. I dreamed of being a professional athlete since I was a little kid, and I would do everything in my power to live that dream, you know, from my childhood self. And golf has given me something a lot more to fight for than just myself and my family. And I love being out here. I love the guys, I love competing. And the thought of losing that is hard. And you know, there's been times where I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it, but I was going to fight and give it everything I had. And there's definitely times even this year where physically I think my game is as complete as it's ever been. I think it's more complete than when I won in 19, the US Open, but there's been times where I didn't know if I would have the mental stamina to get through a week. I fought hard earlier this year with some struggles, and that's hard. That's hard pill to swallow, that this thing could be taken away from me for something that's out of my control. But Houston was a big step for me in the right direction, just from a confidence standpoint that even with hard days, I can still compete.
Given everything you've been through, how do you think it might feel if this journey ends with a green jacket being slipped on your shoulders?
Like I said, I got to worry about today. That's a big tell. I love this place. I love the tradition. There's nothing like driving down Magnolia Lane. I definitely drove down a little slower this year than I ever had, even the first time when I was here in 2011. I'm definitely taking it all in this week for sure. Dan Evans, please.
Gary, we've been noticing a steady increase in ball speed throughout the year and getting quite fast down in Houston. I'm curious what's behind that. Is it new equipment in the bag, the new driver, or, you know, what's giving you back this speed?
I've been telling guys I think I'm just angry that I have to battle this thing in my head, but I'll credit Randy Smith to that. When I came back to Randy about a year and a half ago, he told me I was swinging slow. I was with Randy, when I got out here, I was with Randy for a long time, and he's always said my best golf is when I play aggressive and I swing hard. And not only that, from the last 4 or 5 years, I haven't played very well. And I've changed my equipment, I've gone down in shaft, I've gone up in loft, I've done a lot of things just to try to find the face and try to find the golf course. Randy's big thing is that's not how you've ever played your best, and we're going to go back to swinging hard. So I'm swinging at it harder now than I have in a long time. We've gone way down in loft, and I'm starting to swing at it a lot better, where I have a lot more confidence. The more confidence I have, the harder I can swing. So I'm happy with that. I don't think it's going to get any faster, but it's definitely as fast as I've been, you know, in the last 5 or 6 years, which is exciting. Tom?
You've been here 12 other times, including 24, which was after your surgery. But today, obviously, you're more emotional about it. Is it because you never thought you'd be back here? What is driving the way you are feeling this week?
Yeah, I'm in a different spot than I've been in a long time. Even in coming back in 24, I was still fresh from surgery. I just didn't know what the future held, and now I know the fight I'm in. I'm not going to get emotional, but I know what I'm battling every day. And you know, people have asked me how was the win. The one thing I know is having this brain tumor and having PTSD, it doesn't matter if I win or lose. It doesn't care. And I had a tough week last week battling this stuff. You know, it's a lot of stimulation comes with winning, stuff that I hadn't seen in a long time. And it's a big week for me here this week. You know, the fans are very close on the tee boxes. There's a lot going on, and there's probably not a safer golf tournament in the world, and so I'm happy for that. But it's still a battle in my head if I'm safe or not, and that's a tough pill to swallow. So I'm emotional from the standpoint. I know how close I probably was to never being back here, and I'm very proud of myself for earning my way back. Charlie?
I think everyone rightfully, the golf world rightfully celebrated the initial brain surgery and recovery and your return to golf, but did not know about this whole subsequent battle with PTSD until you shared this with the world of the players. And I'm wondering if that was something that you expected and how you dealt with that both with public and private support internally, because as you said on the green at Houston, your goal is to inspire people and help support people. And so if there's something that anyone is going through a struggle where there's an initial surgery and a recovery process, if they can take that either for themselves or the people around them, how they can support that person, what you learned and whether that was an expected response to the surgery itself initially.
The response I've gotten since I've came out with this diagnosis is not what I expected, to be honest with you. I did it. It's probably the first thing I've said this. It's probably the first thing I've ever done for myself. I did it because I was really struggling with energy. I was struggling to say no. I don't like to say no. I like to help people. I like to do everything I can. And I'm at a point where that's hard for me to do most weeks. And I need to say no. And the doctors are pushing me and pushing me. I can't do everything I used to do from an energy standpoint. And I say it like when I say no, I feel horrible. I see the disappointment in people's eyes. And they're like, well, then maybe it is time to come out because now people will know why you're saying no. And doing that for myself, that was the hardest part because it was a selfless act, I would say. I was doing it. The response and the messages I've got from people saying that it's helped them is not what I expected. It just shows that everybody's going through something. Everybody's battling something, whether it's way bigger or way less. It doesn't matter what you're battling. To you, it's important. And winning the U.S. Open in 19 had the biggest impact in my life from a golf standpoint. There's no doubt. I hope winning in Houston had a bigger impact in somebody else's life. I hope somebody that's struggling with something sees this guy out here fighting every day and still living his dreams, and then they want to get up and fight and live their dream too. And I really, from the bottom, I hope that happens.
Gianna?
You've obviously been so vocal about everything you have gone through. What is your message to someone who could be watching this right now who is going through something similar to push them to keep going, that you can live out your dreams one day too?
Talk to somebody. We live in a world as men, and especially as an athlete, that you put your head down and you fight through it. I've done it my whole life. And this is honestly one battle that I'm not able to do on my own. I tried. It wasn't working. And talking has helped me so much. I had a big battle Friday at Houston. I got hypervigilant, extreme on the 9th hole, and I battled the last 10 holes thinking people were trying to kill me. And I have security with me. The tour's been amazing. But I talked to tour security that night, and I told them what I was going through. And every time I looked up on the weekend, my security team was behind me. Anytime I got startled on the weekend, I turned around. And last year, I didn't talk to tour security. I fought this on my own, and it was awful. Turning around and knowing that I'm safe, having somebody there with me, that's the only reason why I won like 2 weeks ago. Just talk to somebody. You don't have to fight this on your own.
Gary Woodland, one of the most moving and inspirational stories we have the privilege of following in this game. Well, the big names keep on rolling into the press building here at the Masters. Next up, it's Bryson DeChambeau as we continue here live from the Masters.
My buddy and I are heading out for a golf weekend. We're both bringing our own clubs. But I kept it simple with shipsticks. Jason did not. For me, it was smooth. I just booked, packed, and they picked it up. For Jason, it was a little bumpy. My clubs will meet me at the course. Jason's, well, hopefully he won't miss our tee time. To keep it simple, to keep it shipsticks.
is always changing. Our commitment to you stays the same. Together, we're ready for what's next. Southern Company, building the future of energy.
That's the one. That's the feeling. The pure feeling of distance. The feeling of forgiveness. And the feeling of accuracy. For the shots you remember. And the ones that keep you coming back. The fundamentals always matter. Back in 1919, Robert W. Baird had a basic belief system that set his financial services firm apart. Act with integrity, consistency, and always do what's best for your clients. We call that the Baird Way, and we still practice it today. Working together to build your trust with a long-term focus on your financial future. Discover the Baird difference.
There's a place, a golf destination in the Georgia mountains that will change the way you see the game. Macklemore Resort is home to America's best new course, The Key, set along the cliff edge of Lookout Mountain. 36 holes of championship golf await. Play 2 top 100 courses, a short course, and stay in luxurious private homes at the AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. All just 2 hours from Atlanta and minutes from Chattanooga. The ultimate golf getaway is closer than you think.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I can start right away.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It has just gone 3 p.m. here at Augusta National, the final full day of preparation for the 91-player field, as tomorrow afternoon the Par 3 contest takes center stage. There is work to be done ahead of the first major of the year, and we are proud to be live from the Masters.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage presented by Titleist.
Well, less than 48 hours until it all begins, but the preparation is well underway. A busy scene down here at the tournament practice area. Excited patrons are packed in, soaking up the sights of the world's best as they dial in for the most anticipated week of the year. The course is playing firm, it's playing fast, and we've got all of the world's top 50 in town. So with that, we're so pleased to welcome you back onto our set here live from the Masters. Your eyes are not deceiving you. We have had a change in shift. Anna Jackson, so pleased to be alongside Notes Begay III and Jaime Diaz. It is a gorgeous Tuesday afternoon here, chaps. We've got some big names in the press building. What do you think, Nota?
I think it's amazing. I mean, it's one of the few sporting events in the world, whether you throw the Kentucky Derby in there, the World Series, the Super Bowl, where it just exceeds all your expectations. I had friends lining up at 5 a.m. out here. Mind you, 5 a.m. this morning to get ready to come into the gates so they could do 2 things. They could pick up a Masters gnome and be the first ones out on the golf course, because it's masterful. And you come out here and you try and take as much of it as you can. And in most cases, you can't do it in one day, but they will all leave here having felt like they had an incredible experience, because most of them won't get badges for Thursday, but today and tomorrow are spectacular viewing events for the patrons.
Are you a gnome collector, Jaime?
Not yet, but I think it's growing on everyone, isn't it?
You've got time.
Like the other dolls of the past.
So where's your mind at on this Tuesday, Jaime?
Well, I think it's going to be like a throwback classic type Masters again. Because what we used to see in the 80s and 90s was a golf course that was fast and firm and handleable, so to speak, by players of all different styles. And we haven't seen that as much as the golf course has lengthened and power has taken over, and still power is very, very, very important, but it's a finesse course now, fast and firm. And you'll see, I think, a lot more skill shots and a lot of players, you know, someone like a Brian Harmon, or, you know, that style of player is not eliminated when the course plays like this. And I think you'll see just more variety in terms of the golf shots, and it'll be more interesting. And I think the winner's going to be the best player who showed the most skill. And I think that's what you want in every major.
Okay, well, speaking of power, that is exactly where we're going to start our couple of hours here on Live from the man who has tried to embody that in the last couple of years. Fast rewind back to 2025, it was Bryson and Rory set the stage for the ultimate blockbuster in Masters Sunday. Bryson started the day 2 back before leading by 1 just after 2 holes. He was game for the fight, but a final round 75 left him 4 shots back of the playoff. So Bryson now making his 10th Masters start. He did earn low am back in 2016. It took a while to refine his game, but the last 2 editions he's finished inside the top 6. So Bryson will get his 10th Masters start going on Thursday, 10:07 a.m. Eastern, with Matt Fitzpatrick and Xander Schauffele. Let's go inside the press building with Bryson DeChambeau.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to introduce Bryson DeChambeau to the interview room. Bryson, welcome back to Augusta National.
Thank you.
You have played yourself into contention in back-to-back Masters. How has your approach to Augusta National changed over the years, and what has clicked for you recently?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of learning. This place, every year, seems like it changes just fractionally. Just enough to keep ahead of us, players that are trying to learn the golf course. So there's always something new that we're trying to figure out. You know, whether it be the second shot, or excuse me, the second hole, first shot, there's a tree on the left that's kind of moved over into our frame of view off the tee, and it's different. So it's really cool to see the golf course move and adapt, and us have to attack the golf course in unique, different ways. You know, I think over the past couple of years, it's really come down to the equipment that I have, as well as a lot more patience. A sense of gratitude, just being here. I mean, no matter whether I'm contending or, you know, trying to make the cut or whatever it is, like, it's just, it really is such an honor for me to get after this golf course and try to learn more.
Andy?
Bryson, the average age of the last 20 winners has been 32 years old. So how does it feel to be playing well and be 32 years old?
I mean, it's great. If that's the way the stats line up and they work in my favor, then fantastic. But I don't try to look too much into that and focus on what I can accomplish. Obviously, I'm playing well, and, you know, I feel like my game's in the best place of its career, outside of maybe, you know, Greenbrier when I shot 58. Outside of that, I mean, I'm excited to get the week going and see where I can put myself.
Scott?
Bryson, it looked like you were trying out some new irons possibly when you were in South Africa, and maybe didn't put them in play. Are you making any changes equipment-wise, and why do you seem so willing to make changes even before big weeks if you do?
Yeah, I think it's the willingness to always try to improve. There's this nature that I have about myself where innovation is a habit of mine. And I really find and take pride in that ability to learn, even through failure, even through making a bad decision or a good decision, what I can get from that. South Africa, I was trying wedges, so I was going quite a bit down a rabbit hole there and figured a couple cool things out. Hopefully it helps this week. But then I am working on irons, I'm building a driver, you know, and so we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it takes me, and, you know, all I can say now is that if I don't put them in the bag, it's my fault now.
Can you say what clubs they might be?
It's my own personal clubs I'm building.
Okay, with Ben Nardi or who?
With myself, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Jay?
Bryson, I want to give you a chance to completely nerd out here for a moment. When you come to Augusta, like, just take us through one hole. What do you look for? What are you looking at? What are you observing that's different from the past year?
Yeah, great question. I'm always trying to understand different wind conditions, number one. And two, I think a big part of me, especially after last year,
trying to figure out more of my irons and sometimes why they spin more off of the end of the green or into a sort of grass positions that we have on the golf course. You know, it seems like they sometimes spin a little bit and they sometimes kind of almost knuckle. So I think working on those shots, the second shot into 7 is one that I've messed up in the past and want to understand that and make sure I just hit the green. That's all I care about. And if I hit it close and make birdie, great. Number 9, that's been a tough one in the past as well. 18-second shot. So those holes I'm really trying to understand more of. And that's mainly from, you know, just experience of not being successful on those holes. Whether it's wind conditions or how the golf club is going through the grass, trying to get a little bit maybe more bounce on the clubs to help it move through the turf a little better. There's numerous things I'm working on always, and next year it'll probably be different as well. But coming out here, the test of the greens and the speed and the angles, you want to have shots going into the hole. 3 is a great hole, for example. Depends on the wind and whatnot, but I might lay up short of the bunkers like I did last year and try to hit it to that left flag and give myself a 30-footer, you know, rather than get it up there and try to hit it on the green from 50 yards with really no landing area. So for me, it's just a continual learning process, and I think from like a nerding out perspective, it's really about the win this year for me.
David? Yeah, Bryson. Just curious, it's supposed to be sunny most of the week, low humidity, could be very firm and fast. Just curious your thoughts on how fast this plate can get and how you approach playing in that.
Yeah, if it's firm and fast, you know, the greens are going to be even more difficult to hit than they already are. So looking at it from a perspective of hitting the big parts of the greens and sometimes giving myself 30-footers even though you feel like you're losing a quarter of a shot. Kind of sticking up for yourself and going, no, I mean, this is a great shot, hitting it over here and having my caddy be on the same level. Yeah, that's what I did at Pinehurst. It suited me so well. I was focused on hitting more the middle of the greens. So it may play in my favor, and if my irons aren't doing what they should be doing, then, you know, it won't. But, you know, again, like I said, I feel really good. It's just about going out and executing.
Robbie?
Bryson, I'm curious how you reflect on last year. Obviously, it was your best finish, but it wasn't what you wanted out of that final pairing. Kind of how have you looked back on it, and particularly that Sunday as you kind of prepare for this year?
Yeah, it was a great learning lesson. I mean, leading or being tied for the lead and having the lead in that last group final round gave me a lot of great perspective on it, and losing it and then having things not go my way as they finished out and, you know, Rory completing the Grand Slam. I mean, you know, like I said last year, like he earned it, right? And it was really cool to see in person. Secondarily, I think as I reflect back on it, the one thing I can take from it is that I can put myself in those positions, right? And the more I put myself in those positions, the better opportunities I'm going to have to win, you know? And it's just been a gradual learning process, and you never know what this week may bring, but I certainly hope to give it my all and put myself back in that position because I want to feel it again.
Tyler?
Bryson, just your overall preparation. I know you took the trip to a course that kind of mimics the features here at Augusta. If you could just speak on that and kind of maybe how that affected your play over the past couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, look, the YouTube video I shot, Texarkana, is really cool. Byron Nelson, back in the day, was a club pro there for a while, and he always practiced out there, said it was good prep for the tournament. And seeing some of the shot shapes, you know, whether it be number 8, the dogleg left, and even 18th hole, super dogleg left, and just seeing how tight and how much shot shaping capabilities you need to have was great. That was nice to see. I think as I get out here this week, the preparation the past couple days has really been focused on wind and how I'm hitting my second shots into the greens. I feel like I'm driving it well, wedging it well, chipping it pretty well, putting it well, iron plays as well, but just making sure that the numbers are correct and hitting my distances and missing it in the right places when I need to.
Daniel?
Other
athletes in other sports, they watch film of their performances. Like, that's part of their process. Will you ever watch, whether it's around like Pinehurst, and kind of see how you were carrying yourself, or around like Sunday here last year where things didn't go your way?
Yeah, I think it's a great way to do it. I'm not really one that's ever looked at film. I actually watched like old Masters footage and see what people did then and how they felt and how they looked with old stars and old legends of the game. That's more fun than now for some reason. I don't know why. But for me, it's about more the moment, you know, because every moment's so different. The wind could be coming off of a different angle, but can you learn from it? 100%. I just haven't gone that deep into it because everybody's game is so different, and that's the tough part. Watching last year's film, you know, I could do that, but for me, I know what it felt like. I lived it, and I want to experience the opposite next time. So I'll be focused on that mainly.
Avery. Hi, Bryson. I ran into Ava Bresnahan, who was a part of the group of draw chip and putt kids you played with for a YouTube video in Texas. Obviously got a chance to play with her again here at Augusta National. I'm just wondering what that experience was like for you to play her again, because she said you guys tied in a putting competition.
Yeah, we
and
did.
Just being able to spend time with those kids from the weekend.
Yeah, what Augusta National is doing for the game of golf in general is really not been seen quite ever. You know, with ANWA, with DCP, with the Latin American Amateur Championship, with the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship, I mean, they're really growing the game globally, and I have a great respect for that. And whether it's on my YouTube channel or inspiring kids in a major championship, you know, I see that as being my role, my responsibility is to grow the game in that capacity. So we collaborated with the DCP and did a great video earlier this year. And it was at Frisco Farms. It was a lot of fun. We had a great time. And they beat me. The DCP players beat me, so I was a little rusty, but not playing my best. But it was fun to see Ava again. She made a 20-footer on my YouTube video on the first hole, and I'm like, this girl can putt. Wow, really impressive. And then come to find out, you know, she did all right, did pretty well in putting, but struggled in other areas. But it was a lot of fun to come back and see her and get to do a putting competition and hopefully give her a little bit of advice about the game of golf and life. I mean, that's ultimately what I feel like my responsibility is now to do is inspire these kids to not only understand how cool golf can be, but what life can offer if you have the right perspective on it. Because I certainly haven't had that in times past, and you know, that's something I've learned, and hopefully those individuals, those kids can learn from my mistakes. And that's what I hope to do. And just seeing Ava out here and us doing a little putt off and giving her a couple pieces of information, and she got really nervous and quick, and so just saying, hey, look, settle down, it's all good, go through your process, go through routine, and then if you make her miss it, like, it's okay, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't define you. So giving her those pieces of advice and really seeing what the DCP is doing for the game of golf and what Augusta National is doing for the game of golf just gives me so much respect and so much gratitude for where the game of golf is going. Even with ANWA, like being here for ANWA, and unfortunately watching Asterix do what she did, I was, you know, unfortunately in that same sort of position last year, and I was able to give her a little bit of perspective on that, and she's going to be a star. You know, I've seen her grow up back when I was at my old practice facility, you know, watching her hit golf balls, like, she's going to be a star, you know, and she came out here and almost won, and she's going to win plenty more other events. So just seeing what they're doing and how they're inspiring the next generation of golfers is something that I want to help be a part of.
Charlie.
Bryson, you made a huge improvement around the green here last year relative to previous years, and we know it can be a challenge around here with some of the end-of-grain lies, the way it's mowed. I'm wondering if you chalk that up to something you did different technically or strategic, and you mentioned the new wedges. If there's something you're doing there with bounce or grind that's a furthering of what you improved on last year.
Yeah, I think around the greens, it's the 60 degree is pretty much the same. So hopefully it stays the same this year. I would say from like a 50 degree and 55 degree perspective, there's a little bit more bounce on the wedge. So hopefully it glides through the turf a bit better. We'll see how that works. But they're working well as of now. I've played well in my last few events with them on soft conditions. So I hope that's an attribute that will help me get to a better place with my wedging, because everybody knows about my wedges.
Mike? Bryson, you talked about trying to figure out the course the last few years. What mental adjustments have you made in that span, too, that have kind of helped you increase your results here?
I think focusing on hitting the bigger parts of the greens, making sure I'm missing it in the right places to certain flags, is really what's adjusted my mindset in a positive way. If at times past I'd just be going right for the flag, and it'd quite honestly get me in a lot of trouble. And I feel like I have my golf swing a little bit more under control than I have in years past. And last year definitely, and until the last couple rounds, it started to go a little awry. I think I know what that is now, and hopefully I can overcome that. But from a strategic perspective, it's more of mentally focusing on where to be and being more patient, in a sense, not going after everything.
Kyle?
Yeah, I think 2020 you came in as the favorite or close to the favorite, and then kind of struggled here the last 3 or 4 years, and then the last 2 years you had really good finishes. What changed from those 4 years to these last 2 years? Is it physical, mental, strategy? Like, what was the change there?
It's a combination of a lot of things, but for one, I can say it's the equipment. 2, it's the mentality, and those are really the 2 biggest things I'd say. I mean, 3, like you could say, my body figure's a little slimmer, and maybe I don't run out of breath as much out there. But other than that, like those 2 are the biggest things for me.
You mean by mentality?
More patience, like not as aggressive all the time, knowing where to be aggressive, when not to be aggressive. Those are the things, making better decisions, having a caddy that, reins me in sometimes. Like this Bryson, you don't need to do that. There's no need.
Here in the third row.
Bryson, going back to your conversation on Saturday with Astros, could you share a little bit about what you told her and why you decided to do that?
Yeah, I mean, again, knowing her and seeing her practice around me quite a bit when she was younger, I felt like it was a great opportunity to come out and support her, knowing where she was and that she was playing very well. And also, if she won, there to support her. If she lost, there to help her. I felt like it was an opportunity I could show her a different side of golf. Sometimes, you win, sometimes you lose, and the losses can be really difficult, but it's just not what defines you. And so that was the message that I gave her. It was like, this is not going to define you. If anything, this is going to almost give you an opportunity to show who you truly are. And it's more important to show who you truly are in the losses than the wins. And if you have the ability to inspire kids around you, I essentially said, look at all the people out there waiting for you to sign those autographs. If you go out there and sign those autographs, that's much more impactful than even, winning the tournament sometimes. And I know that from experience. Albeit it's great to win, and we all want to win. There's more to the game, and don't let this define you, because you're going to have an unbelievable career. This is the start of something special. So, those are the words I gave her, and there was more that I said that I won't talk about, but that was the gist of it, and I felt it was the right time to do it. And again, it's not like I was focused on just helping her out. I didn't want anything from it other than to help her out.
Alan?
Yeah, Bryson, Patrick Reed said yesterday that he felt like there were probably 10 to 12 players this week who had a legitimate chance of winning. Curious how you would assess that number.
Oh, I don't even know. I don't think in those terms. I just focus on executing my golf swing to the best of my ability. And yeah, sure, you can put those numbers out there. I hope I'm one of those 12. That'd be nice. There's so many things that happen in the game of golf: a gust of wind, bad bounce, a nice shot that just rolls over the left side, and you get a bad lie or something happens, and you don't get up and down. A couple shots swing here and there, just off of one little gust. So, I can't really say how many people are going to be legitimately have a chance to win this week, but I know every single one of these people in this field is made here for a certain reason. 2016, after 35 holes, I was close to leading the tournament as an amateur. So there's plenty of great. I played with Jackson today, an amateur, and he's got an unbelievable game. Got the same ball speed as me. If he catches fire, he could be doing that too. So I really don't know about that. It's more of who's going to execute the shot when it matters most.
Brendan.
You saw that outpour of emotion in South Africa after your win, and you said you didn't want to really get into what brought that on. Okay. Well, in lieu of asking you to elaborate, you say your game is in the best place of its career. Do you feel emotionally kind of like that pairs up, that you feel kind of?
Yeah, I'd say that, the emotion, even in South Africa, it almost did spur me on, in a sense, to have a lot of passion around going out and doing the best I could. It also got my mind off of it too, which is great. But I feel like I've found something that allows me to be the best of myself, where I've got a little bit of a fire in my belly, but an ability to have respect for where I'm at in life, and a comfort of knowing where I'm at in life, and knowing that golf is a big deal. There's no question this week's a big deal, but it's not everything in life, and there's more to it than that. As I've gotten older, I've learned that, and sometimes the hard way, sometimes in different manners the easy way, but it certainly was nice to be in a weird emotional state and accomplish winning a tournament against John Rahm. I mean, it was crazy having the South Africans sing their national anthem as I'm trying to get up and down to tie John Rahm. Like, that was a wild one. I've never had that happen. But being able to do it under that amount of pressure and then beat John in the playoff was really cool. It was really awesome and emotional, and it was a long week and long 3 weeks. We were on the road for 3 weeks, so back-to-back wins. There's a lot that went on that week, and it was cool to just feed off of that, and hopefully I can pull some of that in this week and feed off of that.
Mary Kate.
Bryson, the 13th tee is so secluded from the patrons, the cameras, the overall tournament buzz. For those who will never have that experience of that portion of the course, what is it like? What do you see? What do you feel? And is there a way that you utilize that space?
Yeah, I would say, one, it's serene, it's peaceful, it's an opportunity to gather yourself amidst the buzz of the tournament. And I think it allows us to take a mini break if something didn't go well on 12 or 11 or whatnot. Kind of settles you in for the rest of the round. So it's a nice space. It's a really, really fun space to go back to and be around all the azaleas, and I think there's a couple dogwoods back there and whatnot. It's fun. It's fun. I'm a nature guy, so I like knowing what's back there. It's fun.
Kevin?
Bryson, I feel like every time I go on YouTube, my algorithm is serving me up a thing that's like unearthed footage of Mo Norman, unearthed footage of Ben Hogan hitting balls. I'm sure you've seen that stuff.
All the time.
I'm wondering if you've thought at all about, like, that you are leaving kind of a historical record for, the 20 years from now, someone can, we'd kill for more footage of Hogan hitting balls, we'd kill for more footage of Norman hitting balls, and if you think about that ever, like, I'm leaving a kind of a much longer tail of what ball striking was, or golf science, I guess, was in this era.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of history to that, and I remember going on YouTube for the first time in, 2009, 10, 11, when some first videos of Hogan emerged on YouTube, and watching, there's a video called Hogan's Mystique, and I would watch it on repeat as I was doing my homework. And so I would study it, analyze it as I was doing algebra or whatever I was doing, or reading, or it didn't matter. I probably should have been focused more on my schoolwork, but those videos were a lot of fun to watch. So I think as I move through my career, I realize, like, winning tournaments is amazing. It's a lot of fun. It's an incredible dopamine hit, and it's an incredible accomplishment. But there's, like I said, more to life than that. And if I can leave a positive impact, whether it's what I'm doing in business now, or whether it's how I play or how I conduct myself, and I'll be the first to say I'm not the most perfect example. I've messed up a lot in my career. But as I continue to improve and move in that capacity, I do feel that there is a bit of historical relevance that can happen through YouTube, as well as you see other people doing. I mean, it's so great what Jason Day is doing. I was talking to him about the lads and what he was doing on YouTube, and how there's a massive market out there to help grow the game of golf. It's not too dissimilar to what the Masters is doing in growing the game of golf. So I think there's a likeness to it and a similarity to it, and I think they serve their purposes in really cool ways.
Alex.
Bryson, Jack Nicklaus would say that to play this course the best way would be to hit it right in the middle of the greens on 17 of the 18 holes. You just talked about it kind of earlier on about aiming to the middle of the greens. Is that, and you mentioned patience, is it patience or is it something else? Is it, blind obedience to doing what you're supposed to do the best you can?
There is a sense of obedience that you kind of have to have out here. I do agree with that. But it really truly is patience, because it always gives you the opportunity to go for it. And it makes you really feel like Dr. McKenzie and Mr. Jones obviously had this want to design golf courses in a way where they pulled you in and what made you want to go for the flag, even though you probably shouldn't. And I think that's where the greats of the game and the legends of the game have learned to be patient. And you said obedient, I guess that's a word you could use, but really patient, hit the center of the green. And when Jack says that, especially with what he's done for the game of golf, you listen.
Evan? Did you have a question? Evan? No. Sorry, Cameron, excuse me.
Bryson, just going back to, you talked about playing with Jacksons today and then also your conversations with Asterisk. With how busy your schedule has become and all the different things you're doing outside of golf, why have you remained or left the amateur game such an important part of your career?
Well, because Bobby Jones was an amateur his whole entire career, and that's how this place was founded, with Mr. Roberts and Mr. Jones. I think that there's an inherent love and respect for where we began. Being a U.S. Amateur champion, NCAA champion, I'm not here without the amateur game. And I think it's so important to keep that as a not only an important pathway, but an opportunity for others to experience and play this great game at somewhat of a close level to us professionals. And it's a segue, it's a pathway to the professional side. And so if we don't focus on that, if we forget our history, if we forget where we've come from, our future is not too bright. And so for me, it's a no-brainer. It's a responsibility to give back as much as I can to the amateur game, whether it's the men's side, women's side, or just junior golf. I'll never forget being at Riverbend Golf Club, it's now called Dragonfly, having a chance to hit in front of, I think it was 30 some odd professionals at the Save Mart Shootout at a clinic in front of Peter Jacobson and Sign Boy. And I had 3 drives and I striped them, hit them all right next to each other. And most of the tour pros came up to me, signed my hat, and said, "We'll see you on tour one day." And that left a massive impact on me. Not only, as a junior golfer, but as it permeated to, the U.S. Amateur and NCAAs, and wanting to give back to kids at those moments. And then realizing now my place in the game and saying, okay, this is now my responsibility to give back. So why do I feel that? It's because of everything that's led up to this point and everything I've experienced, really.
Last question.
Bryson, down here. One of the things that made last year so great was the battle you had with Rory. Do you see your relationship with him as a rivalry? And if so, do you really enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, it's great if we can continue to have a rivalry. I don't see any problem with that. I mean, if anything, that helps kind of create more buzz around the game of golf. Do I respect him as an individual? 100%. Do I want to beat him every time I see him? Absolutely. There's no question about it. But I think that's what's so brilliant about the game of golf, is that juxtaposition of having that respect, sportsmanlike respect, and then wanting to just absolutely beat the living out of him, right? But it's one of those things, like, I got him at Pinehurst, he got me here, and I hope there's more of those to come, because it's great for the game.
Just on that, did you walk away last year thinking, I know what I need to do now and I'd love another chance, if not against him, but just in general at the Masters?
Yeah, definitely.
sorry we were unable to get to everyone's questions, but Bryson, thank you very much, and we wish you the very best this week.
Thank you, everybody.
Bryson DeChambeau, looking for redemption from last year, continues to try and figure out the equation that is Augusta National. Well, this guy, Scotty Scheffler, has figured it out twice. Can he secure his third green jacket in 7 appearances this week? He is in the press building next.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Experience our most powerful blower that exceeds the power of gas. The industry's most powerful cordless pressure washer and a string trimmer so smart it loads the line with the push of a button. Find an Ego retailer near you.
In a game of variables, consistency starts with Titleist.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
or a break from your car acting up.
My leg! Come on now. The General's got you covered. For a great low rate, go with the General.
This summer, young players from over 50 countries are headed to Pinehurst, North Carolina for the world's largest golf tournament, the U.S. Kids Golf World Championships. U.S. Kids, golf starts here.
Tired of YouTube noise and creators chasing clicks? Play better, period. Golf Pass Video delivers structured instruction for every skill level, like a personal coach anytime. For pro golfers,
trying to swing within myself,
and real coaches.
Rip the club into your backswing.
Share expert instruction.
All the best players do that.
To help master your game.
I feel like I have to have therapy after this.
Playing under pressure is your fault. I've got the fix.
Play better with Golf Pass Video. Join now.
Being a parent with unique challenges, there's this extra kind of fear and worry about, am I robbing her of any of the experiences that a sighted parent would give their child? The Spectrum Access app is a game changer. Our favorite thing to do is watch TV and watch movies together. Open Spectrum Access app. So my daughter will visually watch it, I will audibly consume it, and we will do this at the very same time. This shows me that Spectrum is committed to making sure it can reach as many people as possible. I was taught early in my blind journey that technology was a great equalizer. It really puts the world at your fingertips. All the inadequacies that I feel, they fall by the wayside. She doesn't look at me as a blind mom. It's just mommy.
Scotty Scheffler coming in once again as this week's favourite, the two-time Masters champion, securing 2 majors last year, dominating the back nine at Quail Hollow, winning his first PGA championship by 5 strokes and his 3rd career major title. And then on to the Open Championship at Royal Portrush. He locked up his 4th major title, securing his first claret jug within 4-stroke victory, joining legends Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus in winning the Masters, PGA and the Open before the tender age of 30. So with those dominant performances, Scotty created more history. He became the first player in 25 years to win multiple majors by 4 or more strokes in the same year, following Tiger Woods and Ben Hogan back in 1953. So what history could the world #1 make this week as we go inside the press building with Scotty?
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 2-time Masters champion, Scotty Scheffler, to the interview room. Scotty, welcome back to Augusta National. Please describe the state of your game as we head into this week's Masters tournament.
Yeah, game feels like it's in a good spot, and I got some rest the last few weeks at home, so feel rested and ready to go this week.
Perfect. With that, we'll open it up to questions.
Scotty, with a few years and a couple of green jackets under your belt, what do you value most about Augusta National? What makes this place special to you?
Yeah, I think growing up as an American golfer, I think Augusta is kind of like the place that you always want to get to, whether or not it's to play in the tournament, just to be able to see the golf course. And for me, I truly feel like when you drive down Magnolia Lane, everything else kind of melts away, and you just get to be out here and be present, be focused. There's not as many distractions this week. This is one of the best run tournaments that we have. I think this tournament and our tournament, the Players Championship, are two of the best run tournaments that we have. Augusta, keeps going above and beyond to make things special and easier for us as players, and especially like practice rounds. The practice rounds are very peaceful. There's no phones. There's no people asking for selfies in the middle of the round. It's very calm out there, and people follow the rules here. And it's, for us as players, it's really an enjoyable experience. And just how things are organized. You got the kids' autograph area by the range. There's no adults sneaking in there. Everybody's afraid to break the rules. And Augusta's put some rules in place that I think make this not only a special experience for us, but a special experience for the patrons as well.
Daniel?
Hi, congratulations on the birth of your son. I just wondered if you and Meredith have devised a plan to ensure you can sleep this week, or how you're going to ensure you're not getting up every few hours.
Yeah, I'm getting plenty of sleep. It's, my wife's a trooper, and having a newborn is always an interesting thing. But Remy's so young right now that he, they sleep a lot of the day. I think he's still used to being in the womb at this point. So, being able to get a decent amount of sleep.
Charlie?
Scotty, the last time you were at a podium to kick off a major championship week, you gave a long answer at the Open about finding fulfillment on a personal, professional level, and the difference between process-based fulfillment and outcome-based, sort of goals. So I'm wondering right now, where in your life, whether it's personal, professional, where you find the most fulfillment through processes?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I love most about the game of golf is just the ability to practice and always feel like you're trying to improve on something. And, talking about a golf tournament like this, you look at this place, it's one of the best practice facilities that we have for the whole entire year. You got great putting green, great short game area, great range, and there's endless things that you can continue to practice out there. So this place is almost a challenge in a sense of you need to be able to get your stuff done and go home, because I could camp out on that range for days and days and continue to practice. It's a pretty nice place to be.
Blake? No. Yeah, Blake?
Scotty, these last few years, you've discussed a lot how the golf doesn't define you. I'm curious. Sorry. Well, no, you're good, man. It's all good. Last few years, you've talked about how the golf doesn't define you. I'm curious if there was a time, whether junior golf, college, if it did define you in your eyes, and what was the turning point there?
I feel like growing up, I think it's always a struggle. And I think that's still a struggle to this day. When you finish a round of golf, you post a score up there, and I think you put so much time and effort into the game that you expect a lot out of it. And sometimes, you do get some things out of it. And then, most of the time in golf, you're probably going to be a little bit disappointed at the end of the week, just because there's only one winner and there's, a lot more losers than that. I would say it's always been a battle for me, trying to strike a balance between continuing to work hard, staying competitive, and also not having either my good golf or my bad golf define me, because that can go one of two ways. If I let my bad golf define me, then I'd be a pretty miserable person. And if I let my good golf define me, like whether or not it's a green jacket or an Open Championship, then I'd probably walk around fairly arrogant all the time, and I probably wouldn't be very nice to people because I think I'm hot stuff because I won a few golf tournaments.
Doug?
Is it any different or maybe easier to come back as a past champion as opposed to a defending champion with all the stuff that like Rory faces this week, or what you went through in 23 and 25?
You're saying, is it easier as a past champion versus the defending champion?
Coming back as the active defending champion.
I think defending can always be difficult. but I think that's mostly just the odds of winning a tournament in back-to-back years. I think that's just extremely challenging, especially when you look at these major championships. But I mean, there is some obligations, and like at this tournament, there's some stuff that's completely new. Like I guess this year the parking situation is a little bit different, but with the new building, so. I think everything's new when you're first time defending here. You host the dinner tonight. That's a big deal. And there's certain things that go on that maybe would make it a touch more difficult, but I wouldn't say it's anything too substantial. I think once you get tonight out of the way, I think you can relax a little bit.
Ian?
Scotty, when you came off the Corn Ferry Tour about 7 years ago, could you envision the kind of career you've already had before your 30th birthday, or have you surprised even yourself with what you've been able to accomplish?
I mean, that's a good question. I think it's a hard one to answer. I always had faith and belief in myself, but I never told myself I want to win these tournaments. I always just had what I would feel like were dreams and aspirations, and I felt like I had the talent to be able to accomplish certain things, but I never really kind of thought this far ahead. I dreamed of having a chance to win the Masters tournament, and I'm fortunate to be able to have done that twice. Did I imagine that? I imagined myself winning, and I was hopeful that I could accomplish that, but I didn't set out when I came off the Corn Ferry Tour being like, I'm going to get to #1 in the world. I'm going to win, this many majors. I'm going to win this many tournaments. It was more just taking things a step at a time, and my manager was a big part of that as I turned pro. When I turned pro, I kind of went through all the steps. I tried some Monday qualifiers for the Corn Ferry Tour. I played some mini tour events to stay sharp. I went through Q School. I went through the Corn Ferry Tour, and then I got out onto the PGA Tour, and everything for me was kind of just step by step. And the year I played on the Corn Ferry Tour, I had some opportunities to come out here and play on the PGA Tour, but my manager and I kind of spoke about just being. You can only be on the tour where you're at, and our goal that year was to continue to play good golf, focus on the Corn Ferry Tour, develop, get better, and then get ready for the PGA Tour. And we just kind of took everything step by step. And so I never really looked that far ahead, to be honest with you.
Jay? Okay. David?
Yes, sir. Scotty, hello. Congratulations. Curious about the conditions you're finding out there now, and the forecast looks dry, low humidity, could be very firm and fast. Something to your liking? I mean, is that ultimately what you'd like to see, or does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, you can't answer my question there. I mean, the forecast looks great. It should get firm and fast. I'd imagine they would like the greens to get fast. I think that increases the challenge of the golf course, and yeah, I'm excited to see how it plays this week. We might get a little bit of wind too, and so I mean, the golf course is shaping up nicely. This is the best forecast I've seen for this tournament in a while, and I'm definitely excited to get the week going. The greens are fairly firm. When I showed up on Sunday, we actually got a tiny bit of rain during that round, so I'm excited to see how it'll play.
William?
Scotty, how would you evaluate the state of your game relative to how you felt coming to this tournament the last 4 or 5 years?
That's a tough one. I don't know. I try not to look too far into the past. I try not to look too far into the future. And so, I mean, for me to think about that would take a little bit of work, which I don't want to do right now.
David?
Hey, Scotty. I think 5 days elapsed. When Bennett was born, 5 days elapsed before your Instagram post, and then in Remy's case, 9 days elapsed, and you saw Doug here. What do you think that says about your desire to live a normal life off the course, and then also what it might say about the tightness of your inner circle?
I mean, I think sometimes I think it feels like we live almost two separate lives, where I have this life where we come out here and play and compete, and sometimes my friends are brought into that arena that I kind of live in out here. There's a few tournaments that my friends get to come to each year, and this being one of them. I had a couple buddies come watch the tournament this week, and they rode down Magnolia Lane with me yesterday and today, and it's fun for them to be able to experience it with me. But then when we go home, I don't feel any different than any of my other friends. I mean, I still feel like I go to work each day. It doesn't feel like I'm sitting at a desk, obviously. I love my job, but I don't feel any different than I did when I was a kid. So I don't see why I would need to live any different or do anything like that. I don't really know how to use Instagram, so any posts or anything like that. I feel like those things can be a great tool to be able to, share certain things about my life, but it's also when it comes to, my kids, I want them to have as simple of a life as they can and be able to grow and develop like normal kids and, the same way I did. There's no reason that my kids need to be on TV or on my Instagram or whatever it is. I feel like my kids need to have a normal upbringing and, or as normal as they can and we'll go from there. Bennett's still 2, so the hard parenting hasn't really started yet. It's more bargaining at this point.
Mary Kate?
Scotty, we all have associations with Amen Corner and the emotions that those 3 holes evoke. In your own words, how would you describe Amen Corner and its role here at Augusta National?
Well, I mean, I think it starts with 11. I think 11, it's funny, we were playing a practice round here on Sunday. I was playing with Adam Scott, and I kind of went into the middle of the tee box just because that's where we've been playing all day, and I hit my ball, and it was playing into the wind that day, and we're kind of walking off the tee, and I look at the marker, and from the front of that tee box, it's 520 yards, like as short as it'll ever play is 520, and I was like, dang, that is a long hole, especially to have water greenside. So 11 is a really challenging hole. And when you look at 12, it's a big kind of a swing hole as well. If you hit a really good shot in there, you're going to get a good look at birdie, but the penalty is also pretty severe. So that's an extremely important shot. And then same thing when you look at your approach into 13, if you hit a good drive, you can hit that green and 2-putt and have a fairly simple birdie. But you start getting offline, you can make a number there as well. So I look at those holes within the golf course as kind of big swing holes, if that makes sense. Those are holes that can pretty much define a round if you play them well or if you play them poorly.
Bradley?
Scotty, this golf course could be pretty difficult around the greens. In your opinion, what's the most difficult shot you've ever faced, and how'd you play it?
Oh man, you're making me think again. It's the most difficult? Gosh, I don't know. I don't know what the most difficult would be, but there's certain spots out here that are spots that you definitely need to avoid, and a lot of it depends on pin location too. I don't know what the most difficult one would be, but I mean, when you get out of position around this golf course, I think that's one of the greatest challenges is getting the ball back in position and trying to make your par. But shoot, I couldn't tell you what the hardest one is that I've had.
And then if I could just add something, I don't know if this is too private or not, but was there a special meaning behind the name Remy?
Yeah, not really. Mayor liked kind of either the IE or Y at the end of the name, and we ended up with Bennett for our first, and we were like, oh, we can call him Benny if we really like the IE, and then Remy was just a name that we liked, no real significance to it. We looked on the internet and found some stuff, but it's pretty metaphorical and it's quite a stretch for what the name means, and so I'm not going to share that, but I'm going to butcher it if I try, so I'll get back to you on that, but it was something that we liked, and then that's pretty much it.
John?
Scotty, Sunday you're on the 10th tee and you're in contention or you're in the lead. Do you sneak a peek at leaderboards? Do you listen for roars? Does Ted keep you up to date, or you don't care about any of that?
No, I think when you're in the heat of the moment, I think it's important to kind of know where you're at. I've been a leaderboard watcher, pretty much my whole life. I think it's always nice to know, but very rarely will it ever change the way that I would play. But I think it's just nice to know. I think if I didn't know, I would be too curious. I would be wondering what everybody was at. It would almost be more of a distraction. I think for me, it's good for me to know what's happening, and then I can go back to do my thing. It kind of takes the curiosity out of it.
No, Michi?
Scotty, do you think you'd feel different if you put the green jacket back on in front of the kids compared to the other two?
Sorry,
how would you feel different in putting a green jacket in front of your boys?
Oh, in front of my kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So like this week we got here on Sunday, and I always hand out an award at the drive, chip, and putt. So I go upstairs, put on my jacket, and I come back down to get ready to do the award. And this time I had to help. We had drove in, and then my wife had drove in, parked somewhere else, and so I was going over there to try and help them get into the property. And I had my jacket on, and Mayor got this great picture of me and Bennett walking into the clubhouse with me with my green jacket and holding his hand. But I mean, he has no idea what it means. I'm sure as he'll age, this place means a lot to me as a professional and as a golfer, and this place signifies so much for me in my golf journey, and so that's something that I'd love to be able to share with my kids. But yeah, we'll see how that goes as they age. But right now, yeah, if I'm wearing it near him, I'm just hoping he doesn't ruin it or anything like that.
You've got it.
Yeah, just throw up on it. Who knows? Robbie.
This is your 7th time here, you're a 2-time champion. How does your preparation for this particular course that you come back to every year change and get more refined as you spend more time and you build your notes over the years and your kind of greens book keeps adding things to it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think this course, you're always trying to get a feel, I think, around the greens for how things are going. Augusta always kind of makes a few changes here or there, and they don't really tell us what they're doing. They just kind of do it. But so there's always little stuff you're trying to figure out. A lot of that's green speeds, and depending on firmness as well. A lot of the strategy can change as the greens start to change. And so when you look at a year that's very soft and wet, the strategy going on a lot of greens changes. You're going to have a lot longer clubs in. And when you get firm and fast, you're going to have some shorter clubs in, but it's going to be firmer. So you got to kind of manage your way around. And each one has its own challenges. And so I think a lot of that is just getting prepared for how you think the golf course is going to play. Because even when you go out there on Wednesday, it's going to be different when we show up on Thursday.
Kyle.
Yeah, there was just yesterday. Justin Rose was talking about the idea of, especially at major championships, you have to put yourself out there. You put yourself out there to get close to winning. Rory talked about it a little bit last year. Do you identify with that sort of concept? And if so, what does that mean within the context of a round, of like putting yourself out there to give yourself a chance to win?
I mean, there's certainly an aspect to that. I think, when you look at golf, you look at kind of being in the arena, being in the moment, having chances to win. I'm not really sure if that's for everybody. I think a lot of the way I look at golf tournaments is I love being in that environment. I love trying to, succeed and get the most out of myself when things are tough and it's challenging playing. I think late in tournaments, it's really difficult to win, and so being able to have a chance to do that is something that's special already. And there's certainly an aspect of putting yourself out there, because if you put yourself in the arena enough times, like, you're going to fail and you're going to succeed. That's just part of it. And I think there has to be some acceptance there that you're going to have maybe some great wins, and you're also going to have some tough losses, but ultimately we just keep going.
Charlie?
You mentioned bargaining earlier. What is the toughest negotiation to win with Bennett right now?
I said bargaining because last night we were leaving a Nike party, and he somehow ended up with 2 sugar cookies, and he hadn't eaten his dinner yet. And so I was like, all right, buddy, if you will eat these sausages, I will give you this cookie. He's like, cookie? I'm like, you eat this? And it's like, my buddies are sitting there watching. They're like, yep, yeah, I've seen this movie before. It's bargaining.
Scott?
You're outnumbered now. You know that, but now that you have 2 kids, they actually outnumber you. I've seen the video where you were by the 10th green when Bubba hit the shot out of the trees in 2012. What inspiration did a teenage Scotty Scheffler take from that, if anything? And when did you and Ted first talk about that? And you like, hey, we have something in common. This is it.
Yeah, I don't know when I first brought that up, but I did tell him, because I was like, hey man, I was here that day, and then never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that the guy carrying Bubba's bag at that time would be one of my best friends and my caddy for a long time as well. So yeah, I think I definitely drew inspiration. I mean, this tournament is a great experience to come to as a patron, and being able to be up close and see someone accomplish something that I dreamed of accomplishing at the time, I think is very inspirational. And I took a lot from that day and that experience. But I grew up on the range of Royal Oaks watching professionals practice. I was fortunate to watch watch these guys practice, watch how they prepared. I was very fortunate they let me hang around from a young age, and so I just watched. I tried to learn. I tried to emulate them, and I always watched, and I felt like I could do the things that they did. And from a young age, I just continued to just try and do it. But it's weird. Like, I believed that I could make it out here, but I never expected it, if that makes sense.
Scotty, thank you for your time and best of luck this week.
Thanks.
So they are the thoughts of the world #1 Scotty Scheffler. He will get his 7th appearance here at the Masters, underway on Thursday afternoon, 1:44 p.m. Eastern, alongside Robert McIntyre, who's a lot of people's favourites this week, and Gary Woodland is back after missing last year's edition of this tournament. So just a couple of thoughts on Scotty before we move on, guys. He seemed very relaxed in there. A lot of smiles. He was pretty jovial for someone who has had a last couple of starts of visual frustration out there on the course, Nota. It felt like he was back at a place where he feels very comfortable.
Yeah, it seems like he got very settled. I think that the cloak or the role of world #1 is a tough one to carry. There have been players historically that just have not been comfortable there because the scrutiny is at its highest. The expectation is at its highest, and then you couple that with an individual player's own expectation as to sort of what they want to see happen with their game as it hopefully evolves. Every single player at the end of each year is trying to figure out, how do I get better? And the better you get, the harder it is. So when you're world #1 at the sort of difference that he's created from him and everybody else, it becomes a hard ask. And if you just look at the two starts side by side through the Players' Championship, he's actually better this year. You know, I know he's progressively gotten worse, starting off with the win and then successfully kind of getting worse. But, you know, last year, 2025, when he ended up with 6 wins for the season, he had 5 starts, all inside the top 25. This year, all of his starts were inside the top 25. Last year, he had 3 rounds over par in that same stretch. This year, it's 4, a little bit worse, but he has that 1 win to sort of offset that. His great golf, Jaime, started after the Players. Yeah. And I think, you know, hopefully for him, maybe he does take a little bit of extra time off in the offseason, which I think every player should. And it just takes a little while to get the motor going.
I looked at Scotty last year. I thought he was tremendous, of course, and he looked like he had ratcheted up the intensity as he played. It wasn't really demonstrative, it was in his face, and it was about what he talks about. It's like one shot at a time to the ultimate degree. Every shot you're over, that's all you're thinking about, that's all you're trying to optimize, and then the next shot. And that takes a lot of energy, and it's really hard discipline to keep doing it. And I think he came into this year a little bit tired. I just felt like, you know, that's a lot of golf, and to ask that every tournament, especially when it's not a major, is a big ask. And I think he's gotten ready for this event with a relaxed mind, ready to do that same commitment this week. And I think that's the way you have to compartmentalize it. I think Jack Nicklaus did that. He got ready. He didn't always win in between majors. And then at the major, maybe he wouldn't win, but he would be ready. And of course, Tiger. And I think it's very hard to peak for majors. And it might be actually the absolute top level of golf to be able to actually peak. And I get the sense that Scotty's getting there to where he's really ready this week because he was a little over golf before. And now it's back to where he can control it mentally.
Well, I also think that the modern game has asked, or I think has maybe tempted players to play more.
Sure.
The schedule has gotten pretty big, and the race for the FedEx Cup and everything that goes along with that, trying to make the President's Cup and the Ryder Cup every other year sort of have kind of encouraged players to play more. And maybe there was a bit of a fatigue factor, but I think that Randall and the team a couple nights ago brought up a great graphic, and that players that are starting to win the Masters or contend more are coming off of rested weeks. They're not playing a whole lot headed into this event because this event, #1, it's the one place that you have to come in and you have to do your homework. And you heard Bryson talk about it, you heard Scotty talk about it. They make changes to the course and don't necessarily tell you exactly what they did. You just kind of got to hear either in the locker room or through a friend of a friend that, hey, they tweaked 11 green. They did do some changes to 11 green this year. So you kind of got to go out there and you just hit some shots and kind of try to figure it out a little bit. And I think that's the great part about coming back to the same place every year is the tournament committee here, Masters does such a great job of keeping these players on their toes and challenging the world's best players. So every year, the person that actually gets to put the green jacket on is the best player in the field.
Based on his experience and his record, we keep saying it, but often all roads here at Augusta National lead back to Scotty Scheffler. He is, as you can see, down in the tournament practice area right now, and that's where we have got standing by Rex Hoggard.
You look at what we do know, Anna, about Scotty Scheffler, and the one thing that we're all positive about is he is a creature of habit. He wants to check off all the boxes before he shows up at a major championship. He's talked about this a lot in the past. The fact that if he can just show up and feel like he's done all of the work away from the golf course back home in Texas, that he brings a level of confidence that a lot of players don't have. And I think it's fair to wonder, after the last, let's say, 2 weeks, what's going on at home with the birth of his second child. Did he able to check off all the boxes? Was he able to do all the things he wanted to? For the right reasons, for the birth of a child, you want to celebrate that, but we know how driven he is to make sure that everything is in its proper category. I had a chance to talk with Randy Smith.
That could be going swimming. Get up.
With Scotty Scheffler.
Oh.
He said that the last few weeks have gone just like they always wanted to.
Dang it.
Keep it simple. The way Randy explained it to me is it's beautifully boring. The idea that Scotty Scheffler is never working on anything dramatic with his swing. Even go back to his ball striking numbers. Really, the last few weeks, specifically during the Florida swing, they're not what we've come to expect from Scotty Scheffler. They're not him just leading the field by a long shot, but Randy felt like he's not very far off, and the work he has been able to put in back home, even with everything else going on in his life, will pay off this week, that he has the same level of confidence here that he always has going into the Masters.
Thanks, Rex. And part of the story of what we have seen from Scotty this season, Nota, is this transition that he's trying to make with the driver, going to a newer model, hasn't quite found the consistency that he's used to.
Look at that.
How crucial will this part of the game be for him?
It's critical. It's the first building block in trying to create something that will sustain over 72 holes. You really need to position, even more so now. We've talked about some of the modifications and changes, them adding bunkers and putting trees in strategic locations on the golf course to sort of encourage or deter players from taking on risk. This is the utmost of risk-reward golf, but you have to be positioned in the right parts of some of these fairways, even to have a chance of accessing some of these hole locations. It used to be that, let's take the 5th hole, for example. It used to be that maybe if you found the bunker up the left side, you might be able to make some sort of desperate play to get around the green, and now that's really not an issue. So that tee shot has become even more critical. You either try and play short of it and hit a really, really long second shot in, or you try and squeeze it up through the opening, bringing those, that right part of that section, the rough and the trees, into play. So this is going to be something that has sort of been a big question mark for him earlier this year in finding the fairway consistently.
I look at him and I was struck by what he said. He loves to practice. He loves to get out there. He said, I'd spend all day out there. And you can see it, in that he definitely loves refining. And so I don't think he's ever that far away. It was sort of...
Are you kidding
he
me?
was struggling with the driver. But he's always been such a really good driver, kind of a great combination of length and accuracy. And I think it goes back to his competitiveness. Now that the bell is really rung, he's gonna shift into a gear where it's extra focus, and I think he's going to figure this thing out. And whether he figures it out to the ultimate degree, it's going to be better than it's been, because I think he's just so intensely into what it's going to take to win out here, and whatever technical issues, they're going to resolve themselves just from work and just that loving to be in the arena. He also said that. He goes, it's not for everybody. And I think by that he meant it's for me. I can handle this. I know what it's about, and I do better in it than a lot of people. That's another advantage he has. So I just think he's very confident, and he's the best player in the world. And I think, Rory did an incredible thing last year, but nobody's been closer to Tiger's level since Tiger was in his prime than Scotty Scheffler.
Even without his very best, Scotty Scheffler remains this to be his ultimate stage here at Augusta National. A 2-time winner of the green jacket, and now a proud father of 2 young boys, so he's obviously a headliner this week. As is Bryson DeChambeau. We just heard him earlier in the press building talking about last year going head-to-head with Rory McIlroy in that final pairing. Finding around 75, put him outside the top 5 in the end, but he has posted 2 top 6 finishes in the last 2 years, so he seems to be cracking the code here at Augusta. He had the low amateur honours in 2016, Nota, but since then, he kind of struggled to figure out his game and how it would match up to the challenge of Augusta. But the last couple of years, it feels like he has adapted.
What?
How has he managed to find some good results here?
Well,
Rocks.
I think Augusta humbles everybody. That's why, there's really been no first-time winners here since Fuzzy. It's just a golf course that you have to learn over time. You heard him in his comments in the press room talk about trying to be a little bit more conservative, trying to be a little bit more patient. Early in his career coming in here, he was talking about, I'm going to hit driver every hole. I'm going to take this golf course on and I'm going to sort of overpower it. And now you hear a different strategy, which it will make you do. He's come as close as, he's been last year in that final pairing with Rory and really having a chance to win this golf tournament, taking that early lead, but then just ultimately falling by the wayside, shooting 75 in the end. But if history is any sort of predictor of future success at Augusta, he's one of 5 players in the history of golf to win the U.S. Amateur and the NCAA Division I championships in the same year.
Get that
Tiger Woods,
60
Jack
wedge
Nicklaus,
out
Phil
again.
Mickelson, Ryan Moore. Ryan Moore being the only one that wouldn't go on to win the Masters. So, he's got a lot of strong indicators of success that predicated on what he feels like is a very, very important part of the game, which is the amateur game. He gave some credit to his amateur experiences, which is why he continues to try and give back to the game. He's played with some PGA Tour Junior League kids, played with some drive, chip, and putt kids. He's really done a nice job of sort of using his platform to engage, more golfers and non-golfers as well. I think his YouTube page, my kids love watching it. They don't really play a lot of golf, so I think he's done a nice job in creating interest in what he does.
Yeah, I think what makes Bryson so intriguing over time has been his testing of extremes constantly, always checking the boundaries, going as far as he can go to improve. And I think it's netted a tremendous amount of improvement and made him really a player that wants to be great. But I think in that process, he generally tends to back off to find some moderation after he's learned what the extremes are. And it's made him better. And as we listen to him today, there's a lot of moderation in the way he's approaching Augusta. He's more conservative with his strategy, the fat part of the green, with his patience, with his sort of impetuousness to go for the flag. He's trying to calm all that down. And yeah, it makes him maybe a little less intriguing to the casual viewer who's like, man, I love this guy because he plays, ratcheted up golf all the time, and he's different from everybody else. But as he's gotten better and knows what it's going to take to make history, which I think ultimately is what he wants to be a great player, he's going to go back to more tried and true conventional kind of approach. And I think we're not going to see, Bryson doing things that nobody's ever done. He's going to be more like other players going forward, and other players are going to be more like him.
Does his power still give him an advantage around Augusta, or does it take a lot more than that now?
Well, I think to Jaime's point, it was a great point that everybody else is catching up. I think there's a certain point of diminishing returns on power because in terms of just percentage of dispersion, once the ball gets further away from the tee, a 10% miss becomes pretty big and sometimes can take you into places that you're unable to recover. So I think we're sort of seeing that number sort of balance out just a bit. We've got more players sort of swinging at higher speeds. We got a higher percentage of tour players swinging at 120 plus. That was all started. The power generation started when Tiger came into Augusta and was hitting pitching wedge into the 15th hole, was hitting pitching wedge into, so many of the par fives here, and just kind of dismantling the golf course in 1997. And so everybody just started swinging harder. And then this next generation of golfers in in Bryson and Cameron Champ and a number of other long hitters, Aldrich Potgieter, one of the younger kids out here. They just all grew up swinging for the fences and then figuring out as they go along. And I think that's what Bryson sort of embodies, is that next generation of golfer that did it his way. And I love it. You know, I love that he's innovative. I love that he tests boundaries. I love that he tests himself, Jaime, right? Like, he pushed his body. He did something that I didn't think was all that possible. He went into the gym. He put on 15 to 20 pounds of muscle and just started hammering the golf ball, and then realized this is not sustainable, right? The amount of work to maintain that muscle mass was not sustainable. So now we're seeing kind of a revised version of what we see now, knowing that that just wasn't where he needed to go. His swing plane, his golf clubs, you know, same length irons all the way through the bag until you get to the higher clubs. You know, he's just, I love that. And, you know, he doesn't listen to conventional thought. He always questions, and I think that's what drives a lot of players out of the game. But I think that's ultimately what's made him better.
Well, he pays the price, there's no doubt. And I think actually, if you look at his technique, as much as it's about getting club head speed, it's also really built for accuracy. He's quite a, you know, there's not a lot of curve when he hits the golf ball. It goes really pretty straight, and he's got that extremely weak left hand, and, you know, not a lot of lag. You know, it's more of this big body motion that's pretty repetitive. And, you know, so it doesn't look like he's swinging wildly. He's swinging hard, but it's pretty much in control in terms of the club place rotation is not a lot. So it's all well thought out. But it needs refinement. And, you know, I don't think he's ever been the greatest iron player, because probably his golf swing is more in tune to, you know, sweeping the ball. So I think that's the next, you know, frontier for him, is to become an accurate short iron player who hits it closer for birdies as far as he hits it. He got a little lucky at Pinehurst. Actually, I thought when he was, you know, in the hard pan there, it gave him a chance to just spin it and just fly it at the flag, and it stopped because it was off that hard pan, and he caught it beautifully. But as far as shaping shots and hitting a lot of different variety of shots, it's not his forte. And I think as he matures, he'll get better at that. But I think he always is looking at how do I get better? So that's why I think he's kind of unstoppable eventually in terms of his approach. He's always going to keep getting better until he finally hits the wall physically. But you know, with that much drive and that much kind of energy put into improvement, that's tough to beat.
It feels like he's more settled within himself. He's more confident with who he is. I mean, just as well, not only can his body not handle the speed training, but I don't think his arteries could have handled that much bacon for that much longer either. He was a machine a couple of years ago. So Bryson is back, looking for his best finish, coming off the show that he put on last year. Well, as is the 2020 Masters champion Dustin Johnson. Always good to see him back on the world stage here on a Tuesday afternoon at the Masters.
Once you go all out, you may never want to go back in. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors. Find your trusted Trex Pro Builder at Trex.com.
Measured. Curated beyond obsession. Because details matter. Far from an overnight sensation, this is the result of exacting patience and craftsmanship. Because there's one thing that always holds true. When you care about the little things, the big things fall into place.
One driver, featuring the world's first nano alloy face.
Something amazing is happening here.
Data is bringing creativity to life. That's because CDW showed animation studios new ways to maximize their infrastructure, then built a flexible Dell Technologies data solution. More automation led to greater efficiency, which means creativity stays the star of the show. Make amazing happen. Dell Technologies and CDW.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price, and we personally replace shades that get lost or broken. So far, we've racked up over 300,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we can have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 20% off site-wide at shadyrays.com.
Prime would like to welcome you to Augusta National. A little earlier in the day than usual. The Masters now begins on Prime. Starting with 2 additional hours of coverage.
Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day.
On Prime.
It is a beautiful late afternoon here in Augusta, Georgia. Temperatures in the mid-70s, blue skies, a light wind through the air as the patrons are enjoying the views. Tomorrow the course closes for the par 3 contest, but the festivities roll on into Thursday's opening round as we continue here live from the Masters.
Live from the Masters.
Golf Central proudly presents Live from the Masters. Coverage presented by Titleist.
Well, he might not have had his best results so far this season, but the world #1 Scotty Scheffler always coming in as a favourite. 2 green jackets to his name. Can he make it 3 in 7 appearances here at the Masters? And Xander Schauffele comes back for his 9th start here at Augusta National, has finished inside the top 10 in 5 of his last 7 starts. That best finish coming back in 2019 when he posted a runner-up finish to Mr. Tiger Woods. And Brooks Koepka, he is back looking to put last year's miscut behind him. 2 runner-up finishes for him, and perhaps a newfound confidence in his return to the tour. Can the 5-time major champion reassert his name amongst the game's most elite as we are rolling on here into the deep afternoon here at Augusta National? Anna Jackson alongside Nota Begay III and Jaime Diaz. You know, you feel like it's Tuesday, there's still plenty of time left. It doesn't start till Thursday, but actually, I just mentioned it, the course closes tomorrow afternoon. The par 3 contest takes over, so this could be, for some of these guys, some really important preparation time.
Yeah, it's the last real hard work day where you can actually, if weather permitting, which it did today, go out and get a full round in and then come in and just kind of start trying to tweak things and then trying to figure out what your eventual game plan is going to be based on the conditions. And we heard Scotty Scheffler's press conference just earlier, him talking about, and everybody knows this, the course evolves, right? It starts in a certain state and then it just gradually sort of gets harder, maybe a little firmer and faster. So that's the expectation. That's again why it's hard for first timers to win, because there's just so much nuance around wind conditions and hole locations and all of these things that it just kind of eats at your scoring over the course of 72 holes.
Yeah, I think it was fitting we were looking at Scotty because he's the most well-rounded player, and I think the conditions this week, fast and firm with some wind, it's going to require all-around game. And I'm watching these guys out here, and they're working on shots around the green a lot because I think it's going to be hard to hold the greens and control the ball in the wind. And you're going to see chipping really become really important, I think. And that's where the art of the game is. And I think it's going to be an artistic winner this week because I think that's what the golf course is asking. It's asking for finesse, it's asking for touch, it's asking for nerve control. The power's going to be there because the ball's going to run out, but it's going to be close to the green. The contact and all those precise, meticulous shots that are going to spell, I think, you know, whether guys make birdies on the par fives or save par when they miss greens.
Okay, who was going to have the kind of finesse to call themselves a Masters champion this week? Well, the tee times are out, so let's get you a quick update on who will be heading out in these morning groups. You've got Bryson DeChambeau out there with Matt Fitzpatrick and Xander Schauffele. As is tradition, the reigning US amateur champion has the honor of pairing with the defending champions. That's Mason Howe, the youngest player in the field at just 18 years of age, going out with Rory, and reigning players champion Cameron Young. And then you've got that 9:55 a.m. tee time just at the top there. Patrick Reed, Akshay Bhatia, and Tommy Fleetwood. And our Rex Hoggard has got the chance to catch up with the reigning FedEx Cup champion.
Anna, this is Tommy Fleetwood's 10th start at the Masters, and he's pretty much done everything except for win. But there will be a first for Tommy this week. This will be his first Masters, his first major that he's playing as a PGA Tour winner, following his victory last year at the Tour Championship. And he conceded when I asked him about it. This week comes with a different vibe.
It's funny, actually. I've not thought about it that way yet. No, I don't feel that difference, because I do always think that. I think there has been a pretty good correlation in the last few years of like the eventual winner, maybe, in terms of like certain things they've been doing leading up. But I always think, like whatever's happened before, whatever situation you're in, like executing on the golf course is what actually matters and what defines things. So I try and just focus on my preparation and getting ready for that.
Talking about confidence level, it seems to me the one thing this course demands was ball striking, second shot type of golf course is what you do best. Does that factor into your confidence as well, that you know you can play this golf course because it's what you do best?
I guess you always have to search for the positives and the that edge that you can kind of give yourself. Of course, you've got to look for that. So I love the golf course and I love the challenge. I love how uncomfortable it can make you at times, and like how you have to manage that and get it around. I think there's, this is like you say, it's my 10th Masters, so I think it's a joy that I've been able to play 9 so far, and I'm going up to my 10th, let alone sort of be thinking about how you can best give yourself a chance of competing on Sunday and winning a Masters. So there's definitely still things that I can continue to learn and do better around this golf course, but overall, like the general nuts and bolts, can I just play my game and make that work and give myself the best chance that way? I think I'd look for that.
You were just mentioning in your press conference about conserving energy. You've learned over the last few years to maybe use the practice area to your advantage. Can you give us any specific shots that you hit in the practice area that you try to apply on the golf course?
Yeah, I think the practice area is really good for your tee shots. I think you can visualize the tee shots very well on the practice area, but also if you work your way towards the short game area, so one of the things I think that people don't get a good idea of Augusta is there's very few flat lies. You have 4 par 3s that are flat, off the tee, and then the rest of the time it's very rare that you find yourself in a flat spot on the fairway. So for me, I think over the last few years, sort of figured out, over that side of the short game area, you can have different slopes where you can hit some iron shots and get a good feeling for how you're doing that. So I like doing that. I think kind of my strength is hitting off a flat line away. That's not one of my strengths, but those different shots, and I think that's why you've seen over the years some great players, some great artists winning around Augusta, because they're so good at playing golf that way. That's always something that I'm looking to improve at. So there's that way, but in general, there's some tee shots as well. You can definitely have a good visualization on the driving range and try and work those tee shots.
Now, Tommy Fleetwood has contended here before. He finished tied for 3rd back in 2024. And when I asked him what the most important part of your preparation is coming in to the Masters, he said it wasn't necessarily what you might do on the golf course in preparation, but he said it had more to do mentally. He said your confidence is really the key. And he admitted that what he was able to accomplish last year at East Lake, winning for the first time on the PGA Tour, as well as what he's been able to accomplish on the DP World Tour, certainly gives him plenty of confidence going into the year's first major. Hannah?
Thank you, Rex. I almost think he spends more time preparing Frankie for his big shot on the 9th at the par 3 contest tomorrow afternoon. All right, well, they are some of the morning groups. Here are the afternoon groups that I'm sure you'll be wanting to keep an eye on. Jordan Spieth alongside Justin Rose and Brooks Koepka. The two of them have got 5 runner-up finishes between them around here. Justin Rose with that heartbreak last year. You've got world number 1, Scotty Scheffler at 1:44 p.m. Eastern, with Bob McIntyre and Gary Woodland. And then you've also got Ludwig Oberg, 1:08 p.m. Eastern, John Rahm and Chris Goddard. Now, Ludwig Oberg making his third appearance this year with a fantastic record, but he has got perhaps some skeletons in the closet after what happened at the Players' final round at Nota. He was still leading by 3 when he got onto the 11th tee and did this.
Yeah, did the hard part, got the ball in the fairway, 267 to the hole on his second shot. Easily reachable for him, and that was just a colossal miss. And this year, maybe a strategical error in terms of trying to get the ship righted at that point, taking driver off the tee, trying to keep the gas down and stay aggressive and create a birdie on a very short hole, and in fact it went to work against him. Played those 2 holes in 3 over when he was standing on 13 under par, which would have been good enough. He would have played the second 9 in level par to get him into a playoff.
He was so cool all week. It was a shocking finish for Oberg, who just generally makes the game look so easy. Looking at his results this season, got off to a bit of a rough start, had to withdraw with an illness at the American Express, but played his way into form when it came down to that Florida swing. Some top 5 finishes there at Bay Hill, at TPC Sawgrass, and then in Texas as well. So a strong record at Augusta, is in really good form, Nota. It's just whether he can put that Players' final round behind him and reset and lean on what he's already achieved here already.
And I think he can. I think the best thing going for him right now is the fact that he's on a stretch of very nice golf. I think that if you just kind of look at the hiccup in the final round of the Texas Open last week, he struggled with every part of his game. He was missing fairways, he was missing greens. I think the most stable part of the game throughout the week for him was his putter. And I think that that's a really good thing to sort of have kind of in your hip pocket as you sort of try and navigate Augusta National. But he has the profile to contend here, which is why he's done well here. He hits it far, he hits it high, and he's not afraid to shape shots when it's required. So I think that recent success and his ability to work his golf swing when necessary, he should be on the top of a lot of people's lists this week.
He's got it all. I mean, it's just so impressive. And swing coaches, David Ledbetter was talking about, oh my goodness, this guy Oberg is just so natural and brisk, plays without any sort of hesitation, seems so confident, and he is tremendous. However, and this is not a shot at him, the toughest thing to do is close on Sunday, and it's just a hard battle every time, I think. I mean, everybody talks about, oh, that player's in such control, he's just going to glide it in, and then one bad shot or something inside gets fragile. And then is the challenge, can you bring it home? And the greatest bring it home, and the guys who are, hoping to be great and working towards greatness still have that usually as the last thing they conquer. And I think, this is a step. What happened at the Players is going to hurt. It's scar tissue. You can say whatever you want about, it was traumatic, but great golfers recover and they're resilient. And, Ludwig's got so much talent. It would be a shame if he let that set him back. I hope he uses it as a building block and just feels like, okay, that feeling I got, next time I'm going to realize when that's starting to happen, and I'm going to make an adjustment, and I'm going to be a little better at it. And then you start winning on Sundays. And it just, there's very few like Tiger who just won on Sundays all the time. But the best usually get better at it. And then, even then, people are fragile. Whether it's Nicklaus, anyone. Nobody wins on Sunday all the time with a lead. And Ludwig lost one in a very, spectacular way. But doesn't mean that it's got to set him back. It's something he can recover from because he is young and developing. And I just really feel like he's perfect for this place. And I think he'll be better the next time he is in the heat on Sunday.
He finished runner-up in his debut appearance here a couple of years ago, which was his major debut as well. Xander Schauffele, you can also see him out here in the tournament practice area is very familiar with runner-up positions in majors. Also, another really strong record here, runner-up in 2019. Again, he's been playing his way back into form after somewhat of a lost season last year, Noto, but finds a lot of comfort around Augusta National, it feels.
Yeah, and he did have an excuse. I mean, coming off of injury, I know it was an entire year where he felt like he underperformed, but, you know, those injuries, the timing and everything that has to fall into a place to play at the level that the two major season prior to that is extremely difficult. Beginning at the Genesis, we started to see some signs of life. It was a driver that was sort of the last kind of hurdle for him to kind of get over that hump. And, you know, in talking to Chris Como, who you see there, you know, he just talked about them working a little bit more on the width in the takeaway and the backswing and not letting the face get too shut in that transition, and that's what causes the problems with Xander in that transition area, getting a little too shut with that driver, and then the two-way miss starts to pop its ugly head up. But he has seemed to sort of work that out. Great finishes at the Players and at Valspar, two very, very difficult courses, which I think bode well for him this week.
Okay, so Xander busy out on the tournament practice area, but it's time. Let's get you out onto the course, shall we? Let's start with the first leg of Amen Corner, the 11th. Noted, this is where tournaments have been known to start unraveling. Just talk us through this hole.
Yeah, this tee shot has changed throughout the years. It's become a little bit more like hitting down a hallway, but if you're able to get it down and into the opening and favoring that left side, you just one of two things. Number one, the green is shaped right to left, so you can kind of see that it's looking to ask for a little right to left shape, but that leg has ended a lot of people's Masters hopes, and you typically see players bailing out to the right, where you see those steep arrows just short of that green side bunker, and that is not where you want to be playing your third shot.
11 doesn't care who you are, just ask Rory McIlroy in 2011. Well, let's get down there, shall we, and join Smiley Kaufman with Seb Straka.
All right, Seb. No golf course in the entire world can change as much as this golf course can from Tuesday to Sunday. What are you seeing in this golf course right now, and how do you expect it to evolve as we go on the course of the week with potentially no rain in the forecast?
Yeah, no rain in the forecast. They'll be able to do whatever they want to do. It's funny, on number 10, Harry said, oh, it's kind of soft when we hit into the green, and he said, yeah, it's soft on Tuesday, but yeah, I'm sure they're going to dial it up here the next couple days.
We're on hole 11, beginning of Amen Corner, one of the great second shots in all of golf. And as we look at this second shot and how small this green could play, do you ever have a club in your bag that you feel comfortable going at any of these hole locations that are on the left side?
No. I mean, no matter what club you have. I mean, I never have a 9-iron into this green. That'd be kind of nice one day, but no, I usually end up with a 6-7 iron somewhere in there, and the goal is always to hit the middle of the green.
So we're expecting maybe an east-northeast type of wind a little bit this week, which would be a little bit down here at 11 and 12. How do you expect this little portion of the golf course to play this week?
Yeah, I actually looked at that. It's going to be interesting, I think. I don't think I've ever had less than a 6-iron into 11. So, you know, they got plenty of room to go back with a tee marker too. So I'm sure they'll probably, if it's downwind, they'll adjust and get us a mid-iron into the screen.
Hole 11, one of the easiest fairways to hit out of here at Augusta National. But if you miss the, you know, if you hit the fairway over to the right, you still have to deal with these pine trees over here to the right. And then, of course, as we walk up to the green, you see all of this big mounding. Can you talk about just the challenges of when you hit it on this right side of the fairway, or what type of shot you have to hit to get it up around the screen?
Yeah, it's so hard. You know, it is a wide open fairway, but it baits you into trying to swing really hard at it, get a shorter club in, but then you usually push it out right. And yeah, you can't, like we're about to walk over this mountain, you cannot land anything 20 yards short of the green, or else it's going to kick into the water, 20 or more yards short. So just saw Mason hit a cool little low spinner that starts low and then ends up going kind of high. So if you got that shot, it's a pretty good one to use.
And two, this is marked as yellow penalty area. If we look over here, you're dropping over here. So when you have these left hole locations, you try to take it on. That's the risk, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that drop area is not a good spot to the left hole locations. And unfortunately, I've had a few too many drops over there in my career.
Can we go over here right at the screen? Because I think so often that players get here and they start trying to figure out what are these shots like from right of the screen. Can you just walk us through what type of shot do you typically see when you get right at the screen?
Yeah, you see a lot of putts, but it's really tough. You know, these fairways are the ride overseas gets a little sticky, so you have to really hit it pretty firm if you're going to putt it. But the genius of this is the further down you go, the more down it goes, the more underneath you are, so the harder the shot gets. So if you're right here, it's not impossible if you miss it pin high to the front one. But once you get a little further down, it just gets really tough.
So best of luck here at hole 11 and the rest of Amen Corner. Hope to see you in that green jacket at the end of the week.
Yeah, I hope so. Appreciate you smiling.
Thanks, Smiley. Thank you, Seth. Well, perhaps this might be where the tournament slips away for our leader on Sunday. Who knows what drama we will see? It is consistently ranked one of the hardest holes on the course, and the last couple of years, it has been the most difficult green to hit. White Dogwood, number 11. Well, ignorance is bliss for our first-timers and the 6 amateurs in the field this week. Ethan Fang here, the 2025 Amateur Championship winner, getting set for a huge week for him at Augusta. But here's 3 guys who have walked 11 a number of times in their career. Vijay Langer, Larry Mize. It is a meeting of generations here at the Masters.
Runners will do anything to cut through the wind. Why? When you can go fast the easy way. Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. High-performance running shoes designed to cut through the wind with unbelievable speed. Plus, they're lightweight and feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
You guys heading up north soon?
Yeah, got Lizzie for a couple weeks this summer.
Taking her fishing, I hope. That's the plan.
Doors. Connect us to what's important.
Excited, sweetie?
A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, your advisor helps you build a personalized, tax-smart investment strategy, identifying opportunities across your entire portfolio. And when life surprises you, your plan can change too. Because doors were meant to be opened.
I won. Is the championship parade a company holiday?
I won. What's my postseason bonus?
I won. I need to take a sick day. I won. I'm gonna need to start an expense report.
I want Paycom's command-driven AI.
I won. Are girls covered on my dental plan?
Welcome to Club Champion, and welcome to more gimmies. Like, give me 20 more yards off the tee, and give me more brands than any other fitter. Full bag fittings are just $100 with code CUSTOMFIT at clubchampion.com.
Tired of YouTube noise and creators chasing clicks? Play better, period. Golf Pass Video delivers structured instruction for every skill level, like a personal coach anytime. We're pro golfers.
Trying to swing within myself.
And real coaches.
Rip the club into your backswing.
Shared expert instruction.
All the best players do that.
To help master your game.
I feel like I have to have therapy after this.
Playing under pressure is your fault. I've got the fix. Play better with Golf Pass Video. Join now.
The championship word is yacht more chicken?
How many syllables?
Yacht more chicken. Yacht more chicken. 4.
Sound it out.
EATMORCHIKIN. Eat more chicken.
Correct?
That's what we practice.
It's a good day to make the neighbors jealous. Our best lineup is here. Lowe's.
I am what child hunger looks like in America. I was created by artificial intelligence from faces of the 1 in 7 American children who struggle with hunger.
Take you back to last year when Rory McIlroy somehow produced a moment of genius, firing a 7-iron 207 yards up the par 5 15 under unimaginable pressure. It has become the source of inspiration for this new commercial.
It's white knuckle time. The questions have been asked repeatedly. Can you do it?
Bank of
America invites kids 6 to 18 to golf with us.
Is this enough? It
With
is!
free one-year memberships and discounted tee times.
The shot of a lifetime!
As we champion the next generation who dares to ask, what would you like the power to do?
His masterpiece!
So cool. Well, this is all part of a $500,000 donation that Rory has made to Youth on Course to fund 70,000 rounds for kids through Golf With Us in its continued efforts to make golf more accessible and affordable for kids. Our Todd Lewis caught up with Rory on the importance of this campaign.
Rory, a wonderful gesture. The donation you have to Youth on Course is going to subsidize 70,000 rounds for kids to play golf. What motivated you to do that?
Firstly, I think Youth on Course is an amazing organization. It's an organization we've done some work with for quite a few years now, and I think they're making a real difference and giving kids an opportunity to play the game that wouldn't necessarily get that. And I think what golf does in providing life lessons and education, even just outside of the classroom, is an amazing thing. And I think when these opportunities come my way, it's like, how can I do something that makes a difference and can impact as many people as possible? And I thought of Youth on Course because I just know the great work that they do, and it's amazing that so many people will benefit from it.
And based a bit around the second shot you hit on 15.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
When you look back in the history of all the great shots you've hit, and especially with the timing, where does that one fall?
It's the most, it's probably the most important shot I'll probably ever hit in my career. Hopefully I have a chance to hit one that's more important in the future, but I don't know where that would be. But it was the most trusted, committed swing I've ever made because I had to. I had no choice. So I'm glad I pulled it off, and the rest is history. Don't even want to think about what the alternative would have been.
Let's talk about the Champions Dinner. Of course, you have coveted those who have gone to that Tuesday night reservation for a number of years now. But you have the reservation tonight, and you're going to be the focal point as the host. What emotions are you anticipating in that room?
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of when I've talked about my Masters win, a lot of the emotion has come from talking about the others that were on the journey with me, whether it were my parents or Harry. That's where a lot of the emotion comes from. So I'll feel very proud. I'll be very proud standing in that room and addressing all of those great champions. I don't know if I'll be emotional. We'll have to wait and see. I've shed enough tears for the last 12 months watching it all back, but I'm going to be standing there, and I'm going to be very proud that I'm in that room.
What's the message you want to send to your fellow champions?
How grateful we should all be that we're in that room, and golf has these traditions, and Augusta National has these traditions that we can all benefit from. I think that's the message that I want to portray. I also want to acknowledge two people in the room that aren't there, and Tiger and Phil. They've won 8 green jackets between them, two of the greatest champions that this tournament has ever seen, and I want to make sure that they're acknowledged the right way too, because I would love them to be here tonight, and they can't be here for different reasons, and hopefully they're here in the future, but I think it's important to acknowledge them as well.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that sense of belonging, that you are now a champion here at Augusta National and the Masters. Coming into this week and this competition, is there a sense of being more relaxed, or is that same determination that you had last year here this week?
I think the determination's the same. I still want to go out there and play the best golf I possibly can, and I know if I do that, I should have another chance to win. But it has felt more relaxed. I'm not going to lie about that. I've felt like I've been walking on a cloud for the last 3 days being here, which is a very different feeling than what I previously had coming to this tournament for the last 17 years. So I'm enjoying that part of it. But once Thursday comes around, you know, it's another golf tournament and another opportunity to do something special.
Pressure is always a player here at the Masters. How would you compare the pressure of internal excellence that you want to have here compared to any other event that you have on the calendar?
Yeah, I definitely think it just feels like this tournament gets bigger and better every single year. And, you know, there's no other golf tournament that I was here on Saturday mostly to watch a little bit of the ANWA, but I couldn't believe how many players were here already. You know, you don't get that at any other golf tournament. So it's a big deal to everyone, and everyone knows what it means to win a green jacket in the game. And it just, yeah, I think that pressure that me included, but everyone in this field puts on themselves is just a little bit higher than anywhere else during the year.
All right, finally, when it comes to you and your game, heading into Thursday throughout the weekend, whether it's mentally, emotionally, mechanically, strategically, what do you feel like you need to do well to put yourself in contention once again?
You know, the weather's going to be perfect. I think the course has the potential to get very firm and very fast. So I think distance control is going to be like a huge thing this week. And if the greens do get that firm, everyone's going to miss greens. And I think short game, especially chipping and around the green, is going to be really important.
Yeah, better jacking than me.
You know,
I promise you it is. Eddie, thanks for your time. Congratulations on your win.
So much.
Look forward to seeing you play.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
How lucky we are to have Rory McIlroy in this game. It's such an incredible cause that he's behind. But also, Jaime, let's just go back to that shot on 15. You're a nervous customer at the best of times, but I'm sure watching that for all of us was just remarkable.
He was so vulnerable at that moment because he, you know, pitched it in the creek on 13. And it was like, oh my God, you know, he can't handle this. And then he comes through with this incredibly clutch shot. I'm glad he memorialized it as so important to him and everything that he was feeling. So, you know, that was one of the greatest shots in the history of golf. And it'll go down like Ben Hogan's one iron. I really think people will remember that shot forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and just I got to give a lot of credit to him for that contribution to Youth on Course. Adam Hike, the CEO for that organization, has one of the best things going for young players trying to get access to the game. Great initiatives are simple and they're sustainable, and Youth on Course is great. And any course that's not in the network, they should join because it's creating more opportunity for young golfers.
Yeah, hats off to Rory. And of course, you can watch the highlights of the final round of that 2025 Masters coming up after us here at 5 p.m. on Golf Channel. Well, it was the shot of a lifetime as the drama just kept on coming when finally Rory, partly in thanks to this moment here, was able to fulfill a childhood dream. We may never see a Masters Sunday quite like that ever again.
The fundamentals always matter. Back in 1919, Robert W. Baird had a basic belief system that set his financial services firm apart. Act with integrity, consistency, and always do what's best for your clients. We call that the Baird Way, and we still practice it today. Working together to build your trust with a long-term focus on your financial future. Discover the Baird difference.
You know, WeatherTech isn't just for new cars. No matter how old or new your car is, it deserves WeatherTech. With laser measured protection for practically every car on the road, we've got you covered. Because messes don't care what year your car is. Whatever you're driving, we got it. We got it. We got it. Got it. We got it. We got it. Oh, we got it. No matter what year your vehicle is, it deserves WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection today at WT.com or WeatherTech. You know we got it.
Probably the most attention to detail of any place in the world.
There's just so much history and tradition here. It's sacred.
Here we go.
It's just so impressive to watch him play.
In your life have you seen anything like that?
The course is the greatest stage in golf.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
As a fiduciary, I promise to be the financial steward that you and your family need.
I promise to put
your long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Everyone has a big picture. My job is to help you invest in yours.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Power, control, versatility. Ultimately, the choice is yours. And while there's no wrong decision, there is a perfect one that enhances every aspect of your game. Because when it all clicks, the results speak for themselves. The Mercedes-Benz GLS, GLE, and GLC.
Behind this family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
ZipRecruiter. In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter helps us hire qualified candidates who can keep up. We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site in 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all our jobs. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast. Is that too fast for you?
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/golf.
Still plenty of action on the tournament practice area at Augusta National. Victor Hovland making his 7th appearance in the Masters tournament. Still in search of his first major championship. His best finish at Augusta National, tied for 7th. That was 3 years ago. Greetings and welcome. Steve Burkowski with you. And we're less than 2 days away from the start of the 90th playing of the Masters. And on this Tuesday, tee times announced for the first couple of rounds. We take a look at some of the marquee groupings and start at 10:07 a.m. Eastern Time. 3 major champs in this group. Bryson DeChambeau, a 2-time U.S. Open champion, alongside Matt Fitzpatrick and Xander Schauffele. A little bit later in that morning, 10:31 a.m. Eastern Time. We just heard from Rory McIlroy alongside Todd Lewis. He'll be grouped with Cameron Young and the U.S. Amateur champion Mason Howell. How about Scotty Scheffler, a 2-time Masters champ? He'll go late on Thursday, 1:44 p.m. Eastern Time. He'll be playing alongside Bobby McIntyre and Gary Woodland, who's in the field this week after that memorable victory just a couple of weeks ago in Texas. A picture-perfect Tuesday in Augusta as Live from the Masters continues.
At least SafeLight can come to you for free.
They can come to me for free?
That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free mobile service, go to safelight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace. Introducing new Titleist Pro V1X Left Dash. More dash speed.
Wow, gets out there faster.
Proven dash spin.
It holds, and that's exactly what I'm looking for.
And lower dash flight.
Holy smokes.
It's everything a dash player loves and more.
This week is major. Pimento cheese is in your fridge. Your flower beds get some pine straw and a garden gnome. You love azaleas. White jumpsuits are in fashion. You know moving day has nothing to do with furniture. You can name that tune in 3 piano notes. Pink and green are your official colors. Your screen time triples, and that's okay. Why? Because this week is major.
Some of the best conversations don't happen at the dinner table. They happen on the golf course. At US Kids Golf, we bring parents and kids together with the right equipment, expert coaching, and tournaments built just for junior players. Start your journey today.
Men's collegiate golf heads to California, where the top programs in the nation compete for a title.
We got champions crowned.
The Western Intercollegiate, Monday, live on Golf Channel.
This Sunday on USA, Houston and Salt Lake will battle for a shot to take the crown at the Championship Series in LA. The Jays are on fire. League One volleyball playoffs, Salt Lake versus Houston, Sunday at 2 on USA.
Let's talk Panera's new mix and match menu. Choose 2 or more, it's just $4.99 each. Hold up, is that sopressata, focaccia, Fuji apples, and it's $4.99 each? That's a deal that's actually a meal. It's the new mix and match menu at Panera.
I am what child hunger looks like in America. I was created by artificial intelligence from faces of the 1 in 7 American children who struggle with hunger.
Having Spectrum Internet, I realized, wow, this connectivity is great. So I figured, hey, might as well give them a shot as well for the mobile service. I'm a 90s baby, so I hear all the time, every commercial since I was a kid, bundle and save, bundle and save. I was like, I'm an adult now, it's time to bundle and save. It was like deals on deals, it was unlimited data, and I got a new phone out of it. It was a pretty magical experience.
Real customers, real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/yoursavings.
Well, tonight, the most exclusive dinner club in sport will be gathering here at Augusta National. Rory McIlroy hosting the Champions Dinner. We've got some shrimp tempura. We've got some of his mum's favourite bacon-wrapped dates. We've got tuna carpaccio. It looks delicious. Look at the fine lines at the bottom, though, ladies and gents. You've got over $50,000 worth of wine on this menu. Jaime Diaz, what a feast and an occasion this is going to be.
Kind of a microcosm of dinner with Eamon Lynch. A lot of wine, a lot of starch, but good Irish food.
I think that sums it up.
I think the company might be a little better.
Yes. So Rory has got a big evening ahead. You can watch all the highlights from his epic win last year coming up next here on Golf Channel. But from us, that is it. And we will see you tomorrow here live from Augusta.
Rory, for many years now, the narrative at this time of year is this could be Rory's year.
Yeah, look, I understand the narrative and the noise, and there's a lot of anticipation and build up and coming into this tournament each and every year, but it's just narratives, it's noise.
His victories in the Open Championship and PGA Championship last year give him the opportunity to achieve a career Grand Slam.
All of a sudden I'm here and have a great opportunity to do what not many people in golf have done. I can definitely win on here, I know that, and I just haven't quite been able to get myself over the hurdle. But am I surprised that this is the last one left on the? Probably, yeah. I know what a win here would mean and where that would put me, in history alongside some of the greatest that have ever played this game.
You've had a number of goes at it.
I would have loved to have done it at this point.
People really want to see you clinch that career Grand Slam.
No one wants me to win this tournament more than me, right?
Damn it.
How do you approach this week kind of managing that pressure, that knowing that you're the defending champion?
I'm going to remind myself that I've done what I needed to do to play well, and it's all about going out and competing now. At the end of the day, when I stepped there on Thursday or even par, it's a totally new golf tournament. Last year means nothing.
Ludwig, you really made a statement in your Masters debut last April with an impressive runner-up finish.
It exceeded my expectations by a mile, and it was really cool to sort of feel the buzz and have a chance to win late on Sunday.
Do you envision how your Sunday outfit would pair with the green jacket?
Yeah, I think so, naturally. I've pictured myself wearing a green jacket many times.
Bryson, what would a green jacket mean to you? How do you think it would change your life?
A lifelong dream come true. Something I dreamt about as a kid.
Bernard, what does this week mean for you?
It's very emotional. You can tell already my voice is breaking a bit. Just realizing it's going to be my last competitive Masters after 4 decades. It's going to be bittersweet.
first set of twins to play in the Masters check in.
Have a great week.
Thank you very much. Nico, what up? How are you? Good? Yeah, nice to see you, boys. Nice to see you. Guys excited? Your first time too, right? Second time. Second time, yeah.
He's going to show me around.
Show you around. Teach you a little.
I don't know anything.
See you, boys.
Yeah,
See you guys later.
This is a pretty cool experience, driving down Magnolia Lane for the first time. So. It's going to be a special round today.
It's amazing.
This is heaven.
We do have some twin brothers playing the Masters this year. First time that's ever happened. So how cool would that be to have that experience with your brother?
It'll be awesome to go off with him out here. I want to beat him, of course. You don't want to lose to your twin brother. You want to have the bragging rights for sure.
The weather today, absolutely fabulous. The par 3 contest, of course, a family favorite here at Augusta National. It lets the golfers and their families have a little bit of fun. There's lots of smiles, there's lots of laughter before things take a turn for the serious come Thursday.
It's such a fun afternoon. To have the kids out there and them having fun is the most important thing. So, yeah, look, it's a really nice way to sort of end the preparation going into, what is, the serious part of the week. So it's nice to be able to get out here and do this.
There were some serious highlights.
It might be the first one of the day. Please go in.
Keegan Bradley for the first ace of the day.
In the end, the winning trophy was hoisted by Masters rookie Nico Echevarria.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Intuit TurboTax. Don't wait. File by 4/15.
The General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance
or taking a break from being the auto-tune guy.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
So, Eliza, you, a comedian, want to...
Wow. Your new Jeep Grand Wagoneer. And the massage seats feel like this, huh? Does your husband give you enough massages? And it seats 7, which is great because I'm dog sitting.
How many hole-in-ones is last year's Masters?
Wait me in 20.
What's the starting price?
Starting better, $66,000.
That's it? It was a really good price.
How do we define a moment that asks for more?
How do you prepare to get punched in the face? You just don't. You just gotta have to deal with it.
You'll know it when you step on a proving ground that doesn't play favorites.
The older you get, the more thrilling it gets because the harder it gets.
Where the champions are legends.
I've been dreaming of this moment since I was 10 years old.
And the venue is iconic. This trophy will take everything.
How many hole-in-ones in 2025's Masters?
This is the U.S. Open.
Ooh, that new Cologuard Plus test. 10 out of 10.
Now I detect 95% of colon cancers, similar to colonoscopy.
Somebody's been working on himself. Girl, those blue arms say I got you. The square jaw says trust me.
And the free return label says, I'm going places.
The Cologuard Plus test. Non-invasive, no prep, and better than ever. For people 45 plus at average risk, it's the box that checks all the boxes for screening. False positive and negative results may occur, not for those at high risk. Ask your provider or request Cologuard Plus online.
The lights go up. The crowd roars. The stage erupts. This is the place for the ones we love and the ones we love to hate.
Drew McIntyre's so good at taking people out.
This is the place where the greatest stories come to life.
It's Friday night, the lights are on bright, and the bell is gonna ring.
This is Friday Night SmackDown, live Fridays at 8, only on USA.
One of the best Thursdays of the year. The opening round of the 89th Masters Tournament from Augusta National Golf Club. And a weather week we are expected to be one of the best we've seen in decades.
Fred Couples, ladies and gentlemen, 65 years young on the very first hole. On 14.
It was hit really, really well, and it did just carry that ridge and it spun back. But I thought I had enough to get over there. And then they went crazy, and, you know, it was fun.
Best player in the world, Scotty Scheffler. From way outside. How about that birdie? Hello. Bogey free so far, Scheffler. He's back. Huge two. Scheffler.
Golf course was in front of me most of the day. Kept the ball in play. Did a lot of good things out there.
Look big over. Last year was his first ever major. He finished second.
It's a test of golf that I really enjoy. It's almost like you're walking on cloud nine every time we play Augusta, and today was that case as well.
36-year-old Rafael Campos will have a chance for that experience in his Masters debut. The first Puerto Rican to compete at Augusta National since Chichi Rodriguez in 1982. He will not be alone, however. His wife Stephanie, daughter Paula, and sister Carla are among his many faithful followers.
Ball, please. Rafael Campos now driving.
Support for Campos. Nicely done.
Now driving, Roy McIlroy.
Is so good.
He's got it on cruise control right now.
Starting the day, it was very much just into my own bubble, into my own game. And then you get off to a good start and you're aware that okay, you're in the tournament from the word go, your name's on the leaderboard.
Rose keeps on rolling, extends his lead to 2.
Got to 6 under. That's when the day felt a bit different. That's when I felt like I was potentially doing something, you know, definitely more on the special side.
Oh, he is in full bloom.
Rose with a putt for par for his lowest score ever at Augusta National.
Going to be 65 though.
McIlroy playing some great golf. He is at -4 through 14 holes today.
Middle.
Easy.
Careful.
Easy. This is headed for disaster. I can't believe it. It's gone.
That's gonna sting. It was all looking so good.
17. It's hard to understate how important this putt is for Rory McIlroy.
just like that. -4 on the 14th and back to even par with 2 doubles in the last 3 holes.
I was so frustrated because I played so well, and you can make these big numbers from absolutely nowhere. It was a good reminder that you just really have to have your wits about you on every single golf shot.
She looks like you, Dad.
Aw, she's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
And Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything we need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Invest your way with Schwab. We tried everything to get a great yard.
Doing it ourselves?
Different lawn care companies.
But with True Green, we finally got a golf course quality lawn.
That's when the golfers showed up.
Whoa, she's a beaut.
I told ya.
So now we get our weekends back.
Did you know it was this kind of teetotum?
Everybody knew. Good luck with that.
Our lawn has never looked better.
You playing through?
True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn.
Fairways look great.
Sign up now at truegreen.com.
With Spectrum, I never miss. Never miss a homer. Because I don't have the right app. Never miss a catch. Because I don't get that channel. Never miss one of these. Because I can't find my game. I'm not ahead of you. I just feel like I'm the best. I feel incredible. I feel incredible. Spectrum makes it easy. All your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. I never miss.
He's walking around again. Where is he?
Justin Rose is going to have that to go to 9 under.
I just had to remind myself that I played really good golf yesterday, and I wasn't going to let 2 bad holes sort of dictate the narrative for the rest of the week.
Kind of waiting for that McIlroy highlight to happen today. What a shot, Rory! Finally, a dart.
It's dangerously right.
Oh, gosh!
The great round just gets greater. That was craziness, Rory. And the thrill ride continues.
This for Eagle to get to 5 under.
Hear the roar. Struck with authority.
Rory McIlroy now back to -5.
Hearing the roars, Justin Rose at the par 3 16.
Be good.
from Justin Rose, straight over the flag. Asked it to land softly, and of course, it listened.
Did you hear any of the chatter last night of some of the pundits who noted that your second round scoring average after good first rounds was 74 plus, and they were concerned that you might just fall back?
No. Which is good. Glad you told me now, not this morning. That's probably why I'm not going to watch TV all afternoon, so thank you, yeah.
Might have been a wise decision.
Can he get within one? Yes, he can. DeChambeau. Great birdie there at 17.
I'm going to keep it simple. I'm very excited for the weekend. This is what golf's about. Got a lot of great names up there, and looking forward to an unbelievable test of golf.
That's a beautiful day of golf. Absolutely beautiful. 66 for Rory McIlroy to move right back in the thick of this tournament.
To yourself and to the world, what did you prove today?
If anything, I just backed up the belief that I have in myself and a belief that I'm as resilient as anyone else out here. And, I think today was just another example of that.
With friends and family on edge, Rafael Campos sat perilously close on the cut line for par at 18.
I obviously felt the support. It's pretty nice to see that they were also cheering me on, struggling with me as well. It feels great, man. I just really wanted to play a couple extra days.
A sentiment shared by Bernhard Langer, who was hoping to extend his final Masters into the weekend. His third shot at the par 5-8. Bernhard, the two-time winner, trying to make a cut for the 28th and final time. For birdie. Bernhard Langer. Remarkable.
Coming up 18, it was kind of a mixed emotions because I was still inside the cut line, and I almost teared up and almost started crying just right there. And I said, come on, get it together. You got some golf to play.
From Emshausen, Germany to Augusta, Georgia. What a remarkable life. The legend of Bernhard Langer, who will live forever at Augusta. A valiant effort would fall a stroke short.
Everyone has free offers on the latest models, but
A valiant effort would fall a stroke short.
save over $3,700 versus the other big guys. And our experience plans include amazing benefits, plus our 5-year price guarantee. Switch to T-Mobile and save on a big scale.
Dad, are we there yet?
Not even close.
Not even close.
Have we gone too far? Maybe. But life's too short not to.
The Subaru Forester Hybrid, 581 miles per tank. Love goes the extra mile.
Get as low as 1.9% APR financing on a new Subaru Hybrid.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Don't miss the deadline. File by 4/15.
Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. At least not until Dad gets on Chewy and gets him something new to love, delivered fast. So Jaws can always live his best life, one mouthful at a time. For low prices and fast shipping, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
Hey, vacation next week, Lisa. 5 days. Nice. Big win for your alma mater. Thanks. Congrats. How you go stay. Ted, a little behind on mandatory training. Let's get it done, pal.
How does he know everything?
I won. How long has Pat Brown worked here? Pat, 7 years next month. Thanks for the hard work.
I want Paycom's command-driven AI.
I understand you think I'm the right person for this mission.
For those who really, really love what they love. We love fans. Get tickets now for Project Hail Mary on Fandango. Only theaters March 20th.
Men's collegiate golf heads to California, where the top programs in the nation compete for a title.
We got champions crowned.
The Western Intercollegiate, Monday, live on Auction.
Saturday at the Masters. It's moving day.
On an absolutely stunning Saturday.
Just the biggest of names in professional golf atop this leaderboard.
It's going to be a fun day.
After the longest drive of the day, you ready for this? By 56 yards.
A statement birdie. McIlroy to 7 under par.
Foot please, Justin Rose now driving. Four please, Bryson DeChambeau now driving.
Just in case you're wondering, today's going to be a lot of fun.
Here's Rory at the second.
And it's in! McIlroy, group ahead. Answers. Eagle chip at 2.
This last 20 minutes has been a dream sequence.
McIlroy, the new leader. Rolling is Rory.
Now, Rosie. For par.
Oh no, Rose not able to join that early fireworks party. Scheffler to save par.
Like Rory's playing. Scheffler needs him to cool off and for his own game to pick up.
McIlroy. Another one! He's out of his mind right now.
Par save from McIlroy at the 6th. And the first player to begin a round with 6 consecutive threes at the Masters tournament.
It was such a great way to start, and just to come out of the blocks like that, I think, as well, was amazing.
Bryson.
He was robbed.
I tell you what, anybody needs a bunker lesson out there, go find Bryson.
Needs a bunker out there. Go find Bryson. Go find Bryson. You need a bunker lesson.
This is what he's good at, and Connors delivers.
And now only
A chance to pick up another one. He just made birdie at 14. That he does. Ludwig re-enters the competition. He knows this shot's his opportunity. Look at the elevation on this one. A rainbow maker.
A rainbow maker.
Can McIlroy meet the moment? He does. Big time eagle. Rory McIlroy suddenly bursts 4 in front at the Masters.
Rose up the hill for birdie. Just in time. Rose to 7 under. This is going to work. Really work. DeChambeau delivers.
Oh, we are not done yet. Here on 16.
And now Rose needs to retaliate. 5 behind the lead of Rory. Oh, every bit as good. These two are major champions for reasons. This for birdie. Now from the same distance past. And that is a shocker. The shot deserved 2 off the tee. He was right down 4. No issue whatsoever. DeChambeau does it. Then he gives him a little bit of the business.
McIlroy with a chance to close out with a 65. He has a lead at the end of a round in a major for the first time since 2014.
I, just as much as anyone else, know what can happen on the final day here. So, I just have to remind myself that no matter what situation or scenario I find myself in tomorrow, I'll be able to handle it.
2 putts here from Bryson gets him into that final pairing was McIlroy.
Switch speed. Are you serious? Impossible.
I got goosebumps.
He did it at 1, and he bookends it at 18.
It'll be the grandest stage we've had in a long time, and I'm excited for it. We both want to win really, really badly, and it's going to be an electric atmosphere. I've got more work to do on the range and super focused and excited for the challenge ahead.
So what do you think, Pops?
Best gift ever. I hope you didn't break the bank.
Oh, your boy here's doing just fine. His Empower investment accounts are designed for the long haul. And nothing says I love you like a...
Aqua Cruiser Golf Green Deluxe.
Yeah. It's easiest if you just do it in one.
Let's make this a par 5.
Get good at money so you can be a little bad.
Aqua Cruiser Golf Green Deluxe.
Man, I want one.
Empower.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
or a break from your car acting up.
My leg! Come on now. The General's got you covered. For a great low rate, go with the General.
The Whopper has never tasted better. Over a quarter-pound of flame-grilled beef, crisp produce,
The Whopper.
the toasted bun. Every detail stacked just right. Whether it's been weeks or years, try the Whopper again. Just $3.99 on Wednesdays.
With the PGA Tour app, get access to every shot from the weekend.
What a shot from Scotty Scheffler on the 18th.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is our 9:55 starting time.
Giving you tee times and in-depth scoring from your favorite players. And shot trails that make you go, what a shot. Everything about your favorite players in one place. The PGA Tour app.
In our family, designing golf clubs is never about chasing trends. It's about solving real problems for golfers. We come to work with that mindset every day, focused on the challenges that we all face. From G740 to G440, I540 to I240, every iron fits a different need. Our mission remains the same: engineer clubs that help golfers play their best.
We make a good team. The best way to book on Golf Now is as a Golf Pass member.
Every PGA Tour event begins on Golf Channel, and with the tour now in full swing, who will own their moment?
Oh, there's a shot for the bunker. You gotta be kidding me.
Unbelievable. You gotta love that.
The RBC Heritage, Thursday, April 16th, live on Golf Channel.
A final moment of solitude. Sunday morning at Augusta National. And the man leading the Masters walks alone on the edge of history. Today, this routine, perfected over a lifetime, feels like a portal to transformation. The hugs, the handshakes suddenly feel different, heavier, like a quiet farewell to a player we've always known, and the first glimpse of the legend he may become. Because this Sunday is not like the others. Yes, the course is the same, the competition familiar, but if history has taught us anything, Sunday will demand something more, something deeper, something rare. For Justin Rose, it's already been a brilliant week. But to erase a 7-shot deficit, he will need a round for the ages.
I woke up this morning just really grateful to be Sunday at Augusta. It's a special day in the game of golf no matter what. So you're going to have to go out there and want it and go for it.
For Bryson DeChambeau, he's 2 shots back in the final pairing. A moment in time where his bold approach, his precision, his power, his personality will face their greatest test.
The last 9 holes of the tournament, I'm going to feel nerves. I'm going to be focusing on how to control those nerves, and I think everybody kind of gets that way as well. I don't think anyone's immune to it. Even though I get nervous, it's a joy for me.
And for Rory McIlroy, 11 years of chasing golf's most elusive puzzle, achieved by only 5 players, the career Grand Slam.
I came in here talking about being the most complete version of myself as a golfer, and you know, if I can chase that feeling and make that the important thing, you know, then hopefully the golf will take care of itself.
This Sunday shapes up as one of the epic Sundays in the history of the Masters.
Ball, please. Now driving. Roy McIlroy. Now driving. Bryson DeChambeau.
These two both in danger of 5s.
Oh, wow, that could be outside of Bryson. Never even had a chance to break with that sort of speed.
That is a 6.
It's a harder start for McIlroy.
was 4 shots down to Rory late in the round yesterday, and now it's all been made up.
That's a poor shot from McElroy.
It's a new leader. Bryson DeChambeau just took him 2 holes.
He can afford one hop short, but no more.
Pops it on. A chance to maybe change some of the early momentum against him.
He makes this, we could have another 2-shot swing.
Birdie from McElroy.
Just what he needed.
Bryson now faces a tough one for par. And there's the swing.
You want to foul free? Hit it. Don't wait. Foul before 4:15.
With the all-new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid's 500-plus miles on a single tank, 30% more cargo space, and legendary 4x4 capability, you have everything you need to get to the river safely.
Bye, Billy.
But after that, you're on your own. Stay safe with 140 safety features in the all-new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid.
You said the Whopper is the best burger in America, when made right. So with your feedback, we've perfected every bite, so that every Whopper is made your way and never smashed. Because there's a new king, and it's you.
With Spectrum, I never miss.
I feel incredible.
Never miss a homer. Because I don't have the right app. Never miss one of these. Because I can't find my game. Spectrum makes it easy. Upgrade for over $100 in streaming apps at no extra cost. I never miss.
How can I help? Me? How are you? Oh, with way more gusto. Nice. Hey, we're getting a bike? Even better. We switched to Gusto for payroll. It's always such a headache, man. Nah, with Gusto, it's effortless. Kind of like looking really cool in this jacket. Payroll, benefits, 401k. They even set it up for us. So then, I had time to make some new merch. It's all I've been missing. Switch to effortless payroll. Make your business look good. Yeah, I knew you'd like it. Really good.
The lights go up. The crowd roars. The stage erupts. This is the place for the ones we love and the ones we love to hate.
Drew McIntyre's so good at taking people out.
This is the place where the greatest stories come to life.
It's Friday night, the lights are on bright, and the bell is gonna ring.
This is Friday Night SmackDown, live Fridays at 8, only on USA.
Anytime I hit it in the trees this week, I had a gap. The second shot on 7 today, which I probably shouldn't have taken on. It was Harry was telling me not to. I was like, no, I can do this.
Clipped one little bit of that pine tree.
And it nearly clipped one little bit of the flag.
Look at that reaction.
To be able to pull it off was pretty cool, even though I didn't hold up on it.
Long distance away, 57 feet. Just take 2 putts.
Oh, keep stay Rose.
Rose is still in this.
This to tie Bryson for second. Oh my goodness. Justin Rose is right back in the thick of it. A lot of Masters champions have birdied the 9th hole on Sunday. including Scheffler last year, Nicklaus in '86.
McIlroy with birdie in 2025.
Rory will go to the second side with a 4-shot lead.
Justin Rose for eagle. This to draw within 2 of Rory McIlroy. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh my goodness.
Gonna be hard pressed to play Amen Corner any better than that.
This is seriously impressive. Whatever happens from this point onwards, this is a good effort.
Gentle. Gentle.
Careful.
I heard the sort of groan of the crowd as it was rolling towards there, and then the cheer when it stopped. Yeah, it was quite fortunate.
Time to be aggressive.
Oh, that's ambitious.
Big error.
Another huge moment to keep the cushion. It was a nervy hole, wasn't it? Very fortunate stopped. But 5.
Justin Rose, he's 3 holes up ahead, and now he faces a crucial moment if he wants to put any more pressure on Rory. Biggest swing of the day is coming up.
That's just fine.
And this is Rose.
That threatened.
Yankees 3 back. This is not over yet. There's a lot of golf left to be played.
Rory's left himself the beautiful, safest angle, just 86 to the hole.
Look for this a little long and a little left. Oh, Rory. Oh, my goodness.
Can't explain it.
Oh, it's good. It might not just be over. He has played some golf today.
He's made a lot of big putts today. None of them are bigger than this one. A 7.
Wow, that was pure nerves caused that, wasn't it?
Never, ever in doubt. The unthinkable just happened. Bad time.
The General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance or taking a break from being the auto tune guy.
What the fuck?
For a great low rate, go with the General.
Major moments in life aren't defined by what we win, but by what we overcome. The challenges that feel impossible.
What the?
shape greatness.
This is the greatest golf tournament in the world, and I'm proud to win it.
How do we define a moment that asks for more?
How do you prepare to be punched in the face? You just don't. You just gotta have to deal with it.
You'll know it when you step on a proving ground that doesn't play favorites.
The older you get, the more thrilling it gets because the harder it gets.
Where the The champions are legends, and the venue is iconic. But perfect conditions rarely exist. More pressure, more drama, more glory, where anyone can win.
I just can't believe I'm holding this trophy.
And every putt is history waiting to sink in. You don't just get handed this trophy. This trophy will take everything you've got. Because this moment demands more. This is the U.S. Open.
I'll give you 1/5 of my cookies for 1/3 of your pizza. Don't lowball me, Harold. 2 tenths.
17.
3 tenths. Deal.
Willingly doing fractions. That's the Lunchables effect.
That eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Debidex blepharitis, and we're Debidex mites, but we love making ourselves comfortable here.
with 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
Masters is what it's all about. The rolling hills, the azaleas popping in the background. When I go there, I feel like I'm a kid again.
Everything is so perfect, you almost don't even want to leave.
Back to Georgia tonight.
Men's collegiate golf heads to California, where the top programs in the nation compete for a title.
We got champions crowned.
The Western Intercollegiate, Monday, live on Golf Channel.
Oberg for birdie. Oh my goodness. We've got 3 players separated by a total of 1 shot. Now it's about as riveting as it could be.
And McIlroy now under severe pressure.
And he has now lost the lead at the 89th Masters Tournament.
Rose has a putt for par to stay 1 in front of Rory and Ludwig.
So it's a 3-way tie now at 10 under par as Rose makes bogey on the 71st hole.
Is this enough? It is! Oh, here it comes! The shot of a lifetime! It was feeble.
Sure was left all the way.
It's a birdie still to take the lead back by 1.
Rory had a look over his shoulder, so he knows where he is.
And that is just what he needed to do on 16.
Rose has a putt to tie the lead. Got a chance? Oh, wow, what a putt! Justin Rose at the 72nd. No lead is safe around here.
Big moment here for McIlroy, for birdie and the lead.
McIlroy cannot make magic.
2 putts in a row that could have easily gone down.
Not to be a 3-putt for Ludwig here at the 71st. Drops back to 9 under. Patrick Reed now. Perfect tee shot. This is delightful. Oh, Reed! He's holding out. Patrick Reed moves to the par with that second shot.
Rory is one great shot, one great putt, and it's his.
What a shot for Rory McIlroy. For birdie and a one-shot lead.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
Now a par up the last for the green jacket.
My goodness. Wow. He's put us all through the ringer. Can't imagine what he feels like.
Is there another twist in this 89th Masters?
All he needs now is up and down. He's got the weight of the world coming in on these closing minutes. That putt for the world. Bryson, a disappointing round of 75.
I know I can do it. Will it happen in my career? You never know. But I'm going to give it my best.
The story's been written a million times. The questions have been asked repeatedly. When, if, can you do it? All of those moments lead to this. Going to a playoff. First playoff at the Masters since 2017 when Justin Rose was a participant.
Harry and I were walking back to the 18th tee, and he said to me, well, pal, you would have given your right arm to be in a playoff at the start of the week. Right, yeah, absolutely we would have. So, you know, that was an easy reset. Perfect.
Time for the biggest reset of his career. He's managed to do it. Oh, hits right next to the hole. Might be going right at it. Should come back down off the slope. Oh my goodness.
Five viewers, what the heck is going on here? It's just the replay.
The door is open.
Masters Week coming up. Woo!
McIlroy to finish it off.
Rory's win. Bang.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
Who the hell rated me? Who the hell rated me?
That was all.
5 viewers.
It was a good.
Ain't nobody here.
Explosive emotion that came out of me there.
This is a historic moment in golf, isn't it? You know, someone who achieves the career Grand Slam and just
career grand slam dominates. Be right back.
I had a dream from a very young age, and I've put everything into fulfilling that dream, and today I was able to do it. My family, my team, they've been on this journey with me the whole way through. They know the burden that I've carried to, come here every year and try again. And the one thing I would say to my daughter Poppy that's sitting over there, never give up on your dreams. Never ever give up on your dreams.
Right, Rory, drivable par 4, and it's a vogue thing on the PGA Tour. There are a lot of great short fours. This particular hole, 280 to carry the water, so you got to think about some different things. But we've got a question. This from Pro Duffer 58 asked on Golf Pass Instagram. On short par 4s, where the green is really close to within driving distance, how do you determine when to go for it or when to play safe with an iron?
Yeah, so again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, I'm sort of looking at the green. I'm seeing where the pin is. Where's the best place to leave it? Because obviously you want to give yourself as much margin for error as possible. So if you feel like the risk is worth the reward at the end, then you can go ahead and you can try to hit a shot that's on the green or around the green. But then also knowing, like, the reason we play practice rounds is where to miss it. Whereas, like, so the 14th at Quill Hollow is a perfect example. Short right is a really good miss.
Yep.
Unless the pin is in that back right corner where it's sort of, you have to chip over that bunker. So you always know, you're always looking at that going, okay, well, if I am going to bail out, I'll bail out there because I know that I'm going to have options for my second shot. So it's a little bit similar here. Like, we've got some water, but you know, if you clear the water, it looks like you've got those sort of mounds at the back of the green. That'll sort of stop the ball from getting into a lot of trouble. So if anything, you want to make sure that you're getting that ball, you know, over the water and if anything, erring on the long side rather than the short side.
I got to ask you about 10 at Riviera because it is the one with the most lore. We see it every year. We obviously didn't see it in 25 for good reason. That hole, you've had moments there. I think you hold a bunker shot from the back bunker.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. What about that hole? What is your approach there?
Yeah. Again, so we all now work with the stats guys, and you know, we look at the analytics, and they would all tell you that the only play is to get it up by the green. What I try to do there is hit. There's like a cross bunker that's about 270 to get over. And you see a lot of guys now, there's like a collection of like little trees, and you basically just, you're not aiming in there, you're aiming maybe a touch right of there, like the left edge of the green, but you're trying to leave the ball sort of pin high with the green left, so then you have a chip all the way, you know, up that sort of long skinny green. But it's a very strategic hole. I think for most players, the wedge shot's just as difficult as it is, you know,
For sure.
You know, you leave yourself 100 yards into that green. you're not guaranteed you're going to have a birdie putt. You know, it's a very difficult green. So I think the best play there is to trying to get it somewhere. I think guys now are hitting like 3-wood, so you can get 3-wood to sort of pin high with the green, and then it's a relatively simple chip up the length of the green from there.
Okay, you mentioned 3-wood. That little sleek little number right there. You like that club, don't you?
Yeah. So this is like a strong 3-wood. I've sort of been looking for something that carries around 300. My driver carries further than that, and then a normal 3-wood probably carries 10 or 15 yards less than that. So I wanted something to bridge the gap, because there's a lot of golf courses we're going to now that a 300 to 310 drive is really good, where the fairway is sort of wide, but then it starts to pinch in at like 320, 330, whereas where I would hit my driver. So I needed something to feel like I could hit it into those pinch points but not get into a lot of trouble, and yeah, this is what I've found. So.
Okay.
There we
All
go.
right, 299 hole is what we have.
Yeah. So this should be, if I hit it good, it should be exactly the right distance.
Rick Kelsey's in the room. What's going on, Rick?
That would look like a very good line.
Should be pretty good.
Yeah.
All right.
Not even a smattering of applause.
Yeah, I know. Must be good golfers.
All right, now I also have a fairway medal, but my line obviously is very different. I'm not looking at the water at all. I'm looking at that lone tree.
Yeah.
And hopefully with this club,
What's going on,
usually, if I
Ricky?
hit it decently, a little bit right to left.
Getting ready for playing with
Or just
Zippy Land.
or right. Don't get in that cluster of pump,
No,
okay?
perfect. Fairway.
That's the
why you hit
advantage
fairway
of
wood.
hitting 3-wood 218 yards.
Perfect. Fairway.
So all the time, it's not like this with you and Harry. You guys are walking. And he's not only a friend, he's a trusted friend.
Yeah.
How does the conversation between you guys change from Thursday to the end of the weekend?
I'd like to say that it doesn't change. I'd like to say that it stays the same, because...
We'll turn that off. Okay, we'll go back to the game. Okay, then we'll go back to just swing it down here. Hit it easy down. We'll go all the way down there.
Good ball.
Just give me a look at it. Give me a look at the green. Uh-oh. He's a master. What we got for green? 10.0. Standard 7.9. Oh. 7.9. He went for it. Uh-oh. He paid the price. Uphill. 138. 1 to 3. 1 to 3. 140. Yeah, we like that. Put a little backspin on her. It's only uphill 1 foot. Sit down on there. Sit down on there. There we go. There we go. Kenny went into the trees. Oh, he played it smart. Oh no, he didn't get out of the rough. I bet you this guy quits. I bet he quits. All set for the Masters, Kelsey? Don't even know if you're here. Wow. Way to ruin a hole all by yourself. I've done this many times. It's chilly in here. It's chilly in here. Yes, son.
Do you remember Kevin Hart?
Yeah.
He died.
When?
Like the end of March. He lived in Florida.
Yeah.
He retired
Heavy
in
smoker.
2000. Yeah, he retired in 2016.
Yeah.
Just read it on Facebook.
Just read it on Facebook.
Are you watching golf?
I'm playing a little PG, and I was watching whatchamacallit's win last year. McElroy's win last year. My high blood pressure is like 110 on. My low
What is
number.
it?
My low number, it was like 260 over 110.
260?
Yeah.
You sure got 160?
It was two something on.
260 is pretty high.
It was in the 200s.
Well,
Just let you know.
oh, we take it. We
All
got
right.
another.
You visited Marty?
I'm at Jen's.
Oh, waiting?
Yes, I just put Ivy to bed.
Oh, they don't come home till later.
7:30.
What's that?
She doesn't come home till like 7:30.
Oh, okay.
I'll be home till like 8 o'clock.
All right.
Okay.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Ooh, I could eat grapes and dinner. Some mashed potatoes. I could eat dinner whenever I want. There we go. Downhill leafy. 209 pushing 250. Oops. In the sand bunker. Oh, does that thing? No fucking way. Like that. 23 yards, 20 feet up. Do the once that takes away. So yep, what's the 20-footer? Yep. Redwood. I know where to go with this ball.
Good ball.
Must have come around. Or went in the rough, I don't know. You ain't making that. Wasn't gonna make that, that's for sure. The Masters. The Masters. That's a nice up. Long.
Very nice shot.
22 pitch. Swamp. 27, 22. There we go. That for a birdie. Bang.
Great roll.
Glow stick. What the hell are you? You go out of bounds? What the fuck? You might quit now. Uh-oh, might have a quitter. This is for Birdie from the tee, so he went out of bounds. I think he forfeited. I think he forfeited. I do. Hello.
Well, Andre came home,
Oh, okay.
so I'm going to be on my way home.
Okay.
And is there anything you need
No.
on the way home?
I'll wait to eat dinner then with you.
Oh, you go ahead and eat, Tom.
I can go ahead and eat?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
You know, there's shrimp in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll eat it.
Hopefully they're okay.
Okay.
All right.
All
Talk
right.
to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Uh-oh, close. Time to eat some dinner. Be back later. Thanks for stopping in, Kelsey.